like the morning sun, 'cause no matter how you try, can't keep a good woman down. She's stronger than a lion, someone that you always can rely on. She's the only one you can run to when the world turns its back on you. Sweeter than a honeysuckle rose, growing in a garden of thorns. How she does it, nobody knows, but she keeps on rising. No, you can't keep a good woman down. Every day she'll rise when a crowd, triumphantly, like a brand new day. When you think she's over and done, she will rise like the morning sun. 'Cause no matter how you try, can't keep a good woman down. She's a shoulder to cry on. She's a rock you can rely on. She'll turn water into wine just to see you smile. She's a light in the dark and a smile to mend your broken heart. And she will wrap you up in love till your pain subsides. No, you can't keep a good woman down. Every day she'll rise when a crowd, triumphantly, like a brand new day. When you think she's over and done, she will rise like the morning sun. 'Cause no matter how you try, can't keep a good woman down. She'll always be right there for you, like a shadow standing close to you. A gentle summer breeze circling your life. There's nothing she wouldn't do for you to make your wildest dreams come true. Turn your gray skies to blue, bring sunshine in your life. No, you can't keep a good woman down. Every day she'll rise when a crowd, triumphantly, like a brand new day. When you think she's over and done, she will rise like the morning sun.
This is BCR.
No matter how you try, can't keep a good woman down. No, you can't keep a good woman down.
Intellectual debate and discussion on your favorite internet radio station, Black Culture Radio.
When you think she's over and done, she will rise like the morning sun. 'Cause no matter how you try, can't keep a good woman down.
This is BCR.
Statue. This is the world famous statue, or soon to be world famous statue, in honour of Windrush and Caribbean NHS nurses that served in the NHS, not just here at the wonderful Whittington, but all around the country. The reason because it's blue, because it's a nurse's uniform. And you may notice the head of the nurse is brown because it represents the NHS Windrush and Commonwealth nurses. You may also notice a little baby here that the nurse is suckling. That baby is the NHS. And this statue is 7 foot high and 7 foot tall because it represents the 7 decades that these wonderful nurses have been serving in the NHS. So all we 3, 4, the sound of the Nubian Jack, and I had a song, y'all. Okay. Coming to you in the 2-1. All right, let's bust this thing. Right. Yeah. Big up our massive, our crew. Cause in the end, love is all we need. It is.
How does it feel to finally be free? Wonder, will I ever know? Sometimes I dream of how it would be to have a life that I own. When you look at me, what do you see? Do you understand my story? All I want is love for someone else to see. If you took the time, I'd have a song, yeah.
So long, I've been searching for someone that I'm probably not meant to find. No matter how hard it gets, no matter when the tears fall, nothing can stop us from trying. Oh, when you look at me, what do you see? Do you understand my story? All I want is love, someone else to see. If you took the time, I have a song.
Call me a villain, say me favor alien. Make me walk 1,000,000 miles to be free. Just to make a living and stop the killing and spread a little loving. Cause love is all we need. In at the ends, cause love conquers all. United we stand and divided we fall. A time when we see at the time we stand tall. Me I look to one of you answer the call.
Intellectual debate and discussion on your favorite internet radio station, Black Culture Radio.
Do you understand my story? All I want is love, someone else to see. If you took the time, I have a song. When you look at me, what do you see? Do you understand my story? All I want is love, someone else to see. If you took the time, I have a song.
Watch this. Love is all we need. Love is all we need in the end. Cause love conquers all. Selassie,
Pep family, Auntie Jean here. You're tuned in to the Auntie Jean Zone on Black Cultural Radio, BCR, where we link live to the Garvey village every Friday between 7 and 10, and also every Sunday between 7 and 10 plus on the Auntie Jean.
I am. I'm just adjusting my camera, which is a little bit nuts.
All right, then I'll make a start because thank you for the introduction, and you saw, as you said, Nubian Jack. No doubt that you're going to give us a little bit explanation of the footage that we just seen.
Indeed, yes, I will. I will.
All right. Hot up, everyone, and welcome to the Auntie Jean special with Love Halo. Love Halo, you should know by now, is Sister Kasheni. So the production from Sister Kasheni. And also welcome everybody here. Welcome everybody on Black Cultural Radio, which you're listening to, the Auntie Jean Zone. All the W's, blackcultureradio.com. So I'm going to start as we usually start off. We give thanks to the Ludamari. We give thanks for the divine one, the creator of all things, creatures great and small. We give thanks for the earth that she's given us, that we stand upon, the air that we breathe, the sunshine that gives us life, and also the water that gives us life, and the plants and the foliage and everything else that helps to keeps our life sustained. I also give thanks to our Ori, which is our head, so that we can actually know what is right from wrong, use your intuition. I like to call upon and give thanks to our ancestors. Our ancestors got taken away from the shores of our homes many, many years ago and dotted all the way around the world. What they went through, the atrocities that they've seen and witnessed from themselves, their families, people who they didn't know, people who they all got bundled up together with. I can't even imagine. I hear the stories, and every time I think I've heard it all, there's always something else that we hear. So I give thanks to the tenacity of the good ancestors that saw themselves through all of that, because not all of our ancestors are good. So we have to call upon the good ancestors, the ones that had the tenacity, the strength, the courage to carry on and to keep on moving through all of what they've seen, all of what they witnessed, and all of what that they experienced. So for those good ancestors, I say thank you and ashe. I also say thank you to our heroes, our leaders, our heroes and our sheroes, our warriors, those ancestors that kick down those doors, open those pathways for us so that we can rise up, so that we can fight back. Let us know that we can fight back, stand up together, and don't have to be subservient. We don't have to take everything that's given to us. But my favorite ancestor, our hero and our leader is the Right Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. And I know everybody has their favorites. And there's too numerous of those ancestors, our leaders and our heroes and our sheroes for me to mention. So for all those leaders, heroes, sheroes and warriors, I say for the names that we know, the names that we don't know, and the names that we'll never know, but they all played a part in helping us to rise up as a people. And we've got to ask and call on those spirits of those leaders, heroes, shearers, and warriors to come in with us now, because we have got our fight and we need to stand together and fight, move as one and talk as one. And we call upon those spirits, and we like to thank those spirits also. So for those leaders, heroes, and sheroes, names we know, names we don't know, names we may have forgotten, names that we'll never know, I say thank you and ashe.
Ashe, ashe.
Thank you. I also say thank you to my lineage. I say thank you to your lineage. I say thank you to the heads and shoulders of our ancestors, of who we all stand upon. The good ancestors that's there with us from the time that we're born right through to the time that we pass on to the ancestors. You know, rest assured they're with us all the way. So sometimes we may feel we're alone. Believe it, we're not alone. Our ancestors are there with us, guiding us. And they're also there for us to call on them for help, for guidance, for anything at the time of need, even in not a time of need, just call on them and say thank you. So you can ask the ancestors for guidance. When you do ask your ancestors for guidance, also ask that their answers come as clear as water, because sometimes what they say, give our answers are not that clear. And let our minds be open to the signs that they give us, you know, because the signs that they've heard us comes in many different ways and forms. It could be a white feather that comes from nowhere. It could be, you know, a bird, something that's out of place. You turn the television on and there's a line that somebody actually says something that resonates with you, or you open the book and something's jumped out of you that resonates with you. That's your ancestors talking to you. That's your ancestors giving you messages or acknowledging that they've heard you. So let our minds be open to receive the messages. So for all our good ancestors, whose heads and shoulders, who we all stand upon, I say thank you and ashe.
Ashe.
I also say thank you. I use this as take this opportunity to say thank you to my grandmother, Stefan Bailey, whom I've never met, but I've been told and I know that she's always with me. So Stefan Bailey, I say thank you and ashe.
Ashe.
And I also say thank you to my grandfather, Hubert Stair, who we called Mr. Stair. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't even know my family. So Hubert Stair, I say thank you and ashe.
Ashe.
And I say thank you to my mother, Iona Pinnock, and my stepfather, Ivan Pinnock, who if they weren't the people who they were, I wouldn't be the person who I am. So Iona Pinnock and Ivan Pinnock, I say thank you and ashe.
Ashe.
And I'd like to open up the floor to anybody who'd like to say thank you to loved ones, family, relatives, people who, even people they don't know, or somebody who they like to take homage to. Please unmute and say thank you.
I'd like to say thank you to my great dads, Luther Palmer, for his support as a single parent, raising an only child.
Ashe.
And also thanks and appreciation to Empress Pearl Palmer, his mother, who raised me until the age of 8 when I came to join him here in the UK.
Ashe. Anybody else? Thank you, sis. No? Okay. Sorry, my voice is going. With that, I'd like to hand you straight over to our one and only, our sister Kasheni, who is the creator of Love Halo. And Sister Kasheni, you'd like to introduce yourself and let people know who you are and what you're about. The screen is now yours and welcome.
Thank you so much, Auntie Jean, much appreciated. So give thanks for this evening. I will now say prayers to our mothers. And then we're gonna have to go and get the packet. Yami, if everyone could put their mics on mute, that would be good. We're just gonna cut the front. Thank you. So, as part of us going forward, one of the things that is part of doing to our mothers is at some point, perhaps if you are able to, if you don't mind, put your head to the ground. I will be saying that in one of the prayers. It's part of connecting to our mothers, our ancestral mothers. Ibao yini yami, ibao yini yami, ibao yini yami. Yini yami, I call you 3 times, Chief Mother, the skillful bird that feeds in the presence of the owner, the skillful bird with feathers and beak, the skillful bird with feathers and teeth, the skillful bird with bones as feathers and bones as teeth, the skillful bird with iron feathers and iron teeth, the skillful bird with feathers of fire and teeth of fire. I pay homage to the society of wise women. The white bird is the source of their medicine. Ashe.
Ashe.
A mother is more precious than gold that we cannot use money to buy. She carried me in her belly for 9 months. She carried me on her back 3 years. A mother is more precious than gold that we cannot use money to buy. Asheo made it.
Asheo.
We come with caution, respect, awe, and adoration to approach the throne of the mothers. We dare to invoke and summons you under the auspices of Oshameji Ati Oshetura, Oshetura, Oshetura Meta. For you have promised all who know your names, all who call your names, and all who put their heads to the ground to honor you, you will grant favors, gifts, good things, guidance, protection, sanctification, Ashe and Ire. So we call your names today. Ibashe, Ibashe, Iyami Oshoronga, Yeye Oshun, you are the first Iyami. Ala Kankanika, Iyanla, Aje, Olukiku, Eri Tigini, Owewe, Leki Leku, Ayo Bamba, Elebanim, Afujoko Owowali, Oluwo Soderan, Atoilu Soro Apali, Iyagbe, Iyenorugbo, Ajefunfun, Ajepupa, Ajedudu, Iyalode, Ancient Mothers, Ancestral Mother, Night Spirits, the Black Cat at the Marketplace, the Little Child, Iyalamia, Iyalilith, Isis, Iyalilu, Iyaliltu, Iyana, Iyanana, Iyaminona, Iyadada, Iyayewa, Iyanla, Iyayemaya, Iyaoya, Yansa, Iyazizi, Iyaobanla, Iyayumu, Spirits of the Night, the Beautiful Maiden, Iyalela, Iyasofia, Iyagba, Iyakoko, the Mother, Iyaishta, the Grandmother, the Old Hag, the Bird of the Colored Calabash, the beautiful bird that flies upside down, the bird of the Edan. The mothers are everywhere. Iya Dudu, Iya Du, Iya Odu. The mothers are everywhere. Every generation and nation knows about these ancient ancestral mothers. Our Wonje. They are remembered by us all in all nations, and all generations shall know them, the mothers. Asheo.
Asheo.
Woe to the wizards and woe to the witches. Woe to those who will prevent others from prospering. Woe to those who prevent women from bringing about their produce. Ajays are gathered at the crossroads. Ajays are gathered in the treetops. Ajays are gathered on the hillsides. Ajays are gathered at T-roads. Ajays are gathered at abandoned houses. Ajays are gathered on the waters. Ajays are in the air. Ajays are gathered everywhere. Ajays are gathered here in the circle of Iyami, Iyonorogbo, the spirits of night, Iyanla, our great mother, Asheo.
Asheo.
The mother said to us, we who are the beauty and green of Mother Earth, we are the white moon among the stars in the galaxies. We are the mysteries of the waters. We call upon you to rise and come unto us, the mothers, for we are the soul of nature that gives life to the universe. We are your nurturers and protectors. From us all things emanate, and unto us they must return. Let our worship be in the heart that rejoices among you. Let our good things, favors, gifts, guardianship, protection, sanctification, ashe and ire, be upon those who call our names. For behold, all acts of love and pleasure are our rituals. Engage in them and rejoice. We are the goddesses of life, for all life is sacred. Let there be beauty and strength, power and compassion, honor and humility, amusement and laughter, respect and reverence within you. And you who seek to know the mothers, know that your seeking and your thirst and longing will avail you nothing unless you know the mystery of the mothers. For if that which you seek you find not within yourself, you will never find it without. Avail yourself with Iwapele, good character, which is the key to all life. For behold, we the mothers have been with you from the beginning, and we will be that which you will attain at the end of your longings. We embrace you constantly, in silence, with love and forgiveness. We are now no longer shrouded in silence behind the veil. We are your manifestations made whole, incarnated and personified. Fly with us. Avoid the trappings of earth and receive your good things, your guidance, your favors, your protection, your sanctifications, your ashe, your ire. All generations and nations know you, mothers. We know you, mothers. We know you, mothers. Ashe, ashe, asheo.
Asheo.
Sheo.
So we have invoked the mothers today, and it is a good day because they have called us, and it's an incredible day actually, a really auspicious day. We've had today we are with two women who are in direct contact across centuries and millennia in present time, direct contact with women who were in a revolution, with women who were at the front line of protecting the African continent. Everybody take a deep breath, really, and understand the significance of that today. Just yesterday was the day that the birthdays of the first Empress of Hayti, Empress Felicite heureuse, and the first Queen of Hayti, Empress Queen Marie-Louise, And it was also the day that the dirty Babylon, the fearful ones in South Africa, became so frightened because we were going to honor our ancestors. But it was the day that the Zulu king, the new Zulu king to be, walked on the streets of South Africa, right there in town, in the traditional way, with the traditional chant, with the traditional cloth. It was a day of majesty yesterday. It was Iris's day. We may see that video later. How frightened and fearful they are of these, our ancestors, that we ourselves have not had the respect to include in our daily life as an honoring to them and recognizing how they have been with us. And now we're ready to say ancestors, 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 ancestors this and ancestors that and libation this and libation that. But we can't even cross them over right. We can't even do the right thing when our family die to make them into ancestors. So these two women, and the second one is speaking about a woman that stood at the forefront in Ghana and held that gun, the iconic image of that woman with a rifle, the machine gun in her hand. No jester. Are we doing that today? Is that what the gun in our community is emulating? I don't think so. That's not what's happening. So, the mother's message today is, from the presentations and what we hear, there is something that we have the responsibility individually to take away. To notice. It's an exercise in noticing, feeling a dynamic, feeling a vibration, some kind of shift that, oh, it doesn't have to mean something straight away, but you can feel the vibration. It strikes you. It alerts you to something. It picks up in your mind, in your ears, in your eyes. It's your responsibility to find that for yourself today. Because when you carry that dynamic, the repercussions in the community globally are going to have an effect. They are on their way down. They're falling, 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 falling. And we are getting stronger and stronger and stronger. They fear our ancestors the most. And that is what we are strengthening here today. So I haven't seen Bayyinah in the house. Bayyinah, are you here? Okay. I'm
Sorry,
not.
no, not yet. I haven't seen her.
No. I did try calling, but it wasn't going through. So, um, we will wait and see. So, Elder Ama, Maame Ama, if you wouldn't mind, we'd like to hear you first. Please introduce yourself and tell us about Asantewaa and Okomfo Anokwe. Thank you so much.
Okay. Greetings, everyone.
Hotep, Hotep.
You can all hear me clearly. Yeah.
Yes.
If I lean very, forward into the camera, is because my vision is challenged, and so I'm looking to see faces and words. But thank you so much, Auntie Jean, for this platform. Thank you so
You're
much,
welcome.
Sister Kasheniwa Agaji, for this platform, for Love Halo, and the opportunity to share something with public. I mean, I'm sitting here, I don't know whether I've got butterflies in my stomach or in my chest, but I am holding on to not going into what we call manifestation, so that I don't get, the message that, well, if it comes through loud and clear, you'll know the difference.
Mm-hmm.
But I have with me, I had asked two fellow Ghanaians who are very versed in, much more versed in the life and times of Nana Asantewaa. One who is already here is called Dr. Ivor Ajeman Dua, but he's on there. If you see, there's another Ama Gueye somewhere.
Yes, there
looking
is.
very male.
He's not there. He's not there at the moment, but yeah, he's there.
Oh, okay.
I see him there.
Yes, he is the one. And I had sent them a message to say that I'll be doing the second half. So I'm not sure whether the second person will be joining us a little later. But suffice to say, I wanted to just share, because I've been given this opportunity to share the book, information about the book that has finally come out, with the message that came from both Okomfo Anokwe and Nana Asantewaa. Now, I was going to write something down to read, but I can't see to do it. So what I'm going to do is to recount my journey to the point where I received the message, and then I'll be brief, and then I'll ask our Dr. Ivor Ajeman to let us have a context of who Nana Asantewaa was. And if by then our second person, Sister Sewa Bonsu, is here, then she can also let you know. But they have more up-to-date information and a lot more versed. Me, I'm the energetic link with the centuries and eons of what the ancestors are bringing in. And once again, thank you for allowing me to come. Now, you've all heard this word woke. Who is woke? We're telling each other to wake up at this time, especially people of African descent. Wake up. There's a call for us to wake up. And our ancestors are telling us to wake up. And at the back of the book, not start at the beginning, but at the back of the book, I put some questions and statements. Now, I said, the ancestors are speaking. They are calling to us. They are pleading with us to remember them. They are inviting us to listen and to know. They are always with us. The challenge is for us to do our part. And so it is. Now, my path to spirituality came up with a very smack up the side, of the face, literally, when I felt like I was burnt out from the kind of work I was doing in the community. And I did not know how to slow down. And it was all in my head, the organizing and everything. And as my body was giving up on me, a friend came to my rescue and said that, what is happening is that the ancestors are calling on you to listen to the message they have for you and the work that you have to do. That's when I stepped onto my path and got to know about my purpose. Everybody asks, what am I here for? Who am I? Why am I here? I hadn't really been asking the question because I was busy doing. I grew up here in England. I was born in Ghana, came here, did my studies, went into teaching, got married, had children, did the community work, was a founder member of a women's organization. And as a child, I felt that I was different. And everybody said I was different, but nobody really told me how different I was. As I grew up in my work, I did things intuitively and I didn't question it. I just knew what to do in certain moments. As a mother, I used to take care of the children. When they were sick, I just put them on my chest, stay there for a whole day if need be. And that connection, the next day they were all right. That's all I knew. But I hadn't really pursued anything to do with spirituality per se. And I had come out of religion because I did not, at the age of 17, I lost faith. I did not believe anymore what I was seeing and hearing in the church. What was going on Sunday did not bear out Monday to Saturday. So I didn't go searching for a different kind of religion or a different kind of belief system. I just stayed Ama Gueye. Now, when that wake up call came and I was sick, literally, I was sick. I think I was a year out where I could not do anything much. Woke up about 12 in the afternoon. And just about managed to move around. And the doctors were saying, oh,
Sis, you're muted. You'd like to unmute? You're muted. Yeah, try again, press again, because you're still muted. Press unmute. You can't see it at the bottom?
Yes. No, I couldn't find my cursor.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry, I don't know how that happened. Sorry.
All right.
Yeah. And she was saying, to me, you don't need to have an operation. You don't need to have all those chemicals. You don't need to have chemotherapy. You don't need to. But I was weak. But then something came about whereby I started looking for alternative health protocols. And for 7 years, I pursued this and built my body up and also raised my vibration. I mean, it was the first time I was hearing about, you've got to eat this, you've got to do this, you've got to meditate, you've got to just to build up your spiritual aspect. And I met Sister Kasheni, and she had a session where she was doing the unfettering, and I was part of that. And for the first time going through that process, I woke up to the fact that my rejection of the Christianity that I was born into and the way I was feeling about it was quite natural. I mean, I took to this unfettering like a duck to water. And it released an aspect of me that I had always known, I always felt was there, but I hadn't been able to articulate it or to bring it out. And because in Ghana, for those of you who know anything about Ghana, it is a very Christian-based community these days. And within my family, I think I was the only one, there might have been one other person, out of all my cousins, my aunties, everybody that I knew, I was the only one who did not go to church. And I did not assign everything to Jesus. So when I discovered this whole spirituality and this whole thing about tuning in to the ancestors and understanding that we had a historical reference point, they just thought, well, it's, she's going crazy again, but, we'll just let her have her way. And yet, interestingly, it is only recently that my elders who were around me as they're passing have said to me, yeah, but Amma, we knew that you were, you tuned into the ancestors. We knew that you were. And I said, so why didn't you all tell me? And he says, well, it may not have been a healthy thing for you to know. Now, Asantewaa was somebody that, as a hero, a heroine to me, from childhood, from the kind of excitement I got from Kwame Nkrumah telling us to, the independence was coming and we're going to, a better future was there for us. I was always a child who was very much standing up for justice and for our rights. And the spirit that I heard about how Nana Asantewaa stood up against Queen Victoria and went to war in 1901, I just latched onto. Now, before I tell you about the how the message came and what I hope to do with it, I'd like to ask our brother Ivor Ajemondia, if he's the other Ama Gueye, if he's if he's unmuted or if he's available.
Well, good evening, everybody.
So yeah, oh great, he's here. All right. Ivor, if I could just take a minute to try and read your bio, I think that might give people an idea.
Mom, I'm here.
Oh,
I can read it
good.
if you want.
Thank you so much. There. Oh my goodness, this is okay. My daughter. I sent it to her so that in case I was seeing double, she was able to do it for me. So if you wouldn't mind, please, thank you.
Okay. Greetings, everyone.
That's it.
Dr. Ivor Ajemondia is a cultural historian and fiction writer. He is also a documentary filmmaker and was part of the BBC PBS documentary Wonders of the African World, presented by Henry Louis Gates Jr. He was also chief advisor to the musical production Ya Asantewaa, Warrior Queen, which was written by Margaret Busby. It is, however, two of his major documentaries, Ya Asantewaa, Heroism of an African Woman, and The Return of a King to Seychelles, for which he is most well known. His previous edited anthologies include All the Good Things Around Us, which was the subject of a major African forum at the UK Houses of Parliament. The Gods Who Send Us Gifts was a memorial to mark the 55th anniversary of the Makerere Conference of African Literature at the School of Oriental and African Studies, SOAS, and Between the Generations, an anthology for Ama Ata Aidu at 80. A former advisor to the President of Ghana, his major art book of essays on the President's global acquisition, Art and the Power of Goodness, a collection of John Ajekum Kufuor, with a foreword by former Prime Minister Gordon Brown, was published in 2021 and internationally well received. He has served as a research scholar at the Hutchins Institute at Harvard University and Exeter College of the University of Oxford. He holds graduate degrees from the London School of Economics, the School of Oriental and Asian and African Studies, and the University of Wales. Welcome, Dr. Ive.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this spiritual but also very stimulating poetic evening. I've heard some of the beautiful references, some of the poetries that have been read. So it's a pleasure to be with you this evening. I guess I'm to continue with this and to talk a bit about what I know of Ya Asantewaa.
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
If you, yes.
Well, I got interested in the story when I was even younger than I am now. And I spent time with family at Ejusu, where Ya Asantewaa was a queen mother. But incidentally, my grandparents had also been born in the Seychelles. They were part of the exile team that accompanied Nana Ajimai Prempeh I, the king of Ashanti, who before the Asantewaa War of 1900 had been exiled to the Seychelles Island. So they were born on the way to Seychelles in Freetown, Sierra Leone, and grew up in Seychelles, in Mahe, the capital of Seychelles. And I returned to Ghana many years after. And so the story of Ya Asantewaa's exile, of course, she died in the Seychelles. But my grandparents returned, as it was the policy of the British government, that once the parents of those who were born there died, the parents were, the children were to return to Ghana. So that was how come my parents came back to Kumasi, Ashanti, and of course, Ghana at the time. So the story is part of my own family history. But of course, it's deeper than that. The role of Ya Asantewaa in the world has been established, and both from within sources, that is the oral traditions of Ejusu and Asante, and also through the accounts given by the British commanders and soldiers who participated in the war. Books have been written since the 1920s by some of these British generals. So there is evidence, both orally and in written records, of what actually happened when she led the war. She was in charge of an army of 5,000 soldiers, which has been established. And of course, the purpose of the war, which in Akan is called the war of the golden stool, that is fighting to save the golden stool, and not just those who will be defeated physically on the battlefield or those who will sort of surrender. The purpose of the war was basically to save the golden stool, which eventually was saved. So apart from that, whatever happened was of little consequences to the Ashantis, because the stool had been saved, and those who died on the battlefield had given the ultimate sacrifice. So it goes beyond also the role of Asantewaa to the spiritual significance of what the stool meant to Ashantis, and to a larger extent what it meant to even non-Ashantis, but who were within the country and who were also anti-colonialists at the time. Because we must also remember that it wasn't only Ashantis who were against the British at the time or who endorsed the Asantewa's action, but there were others. There were Gans, there were others who even protested strongly when they were exiled for them to be repatriated back to Asante. So it led me to do the documentary, which became a bit famous, being used in universities in the US, and was actually also launched at the Chatham House in London some years ago when it was first produced. And I've spoken about the Asantewaa and the war itself and the strategies that were adopted in the course of the war in places in UK and also in the United States. I did a second documentary, which was about the visit of the current Asante to the Seychelles. Since that event happened, there hasn't been any fraternal sort of relationship that had been developed. So when he came and the documentary was produced, the Ministry of Tourism got interested in arranging for him to go to Seychelles, and I was asked to serve as the advisor on that visit, which also brought another dimension of the story, because his descendants, Prempeh, first descendants, are still living on the island. And on the 3 or so occasions that I've visited the island, it was in their home that I spent time. So that visit also rekindled the old spirits of old. Of course, the memories of the war, memories of those who perished, memories of those who were exiled and sort of displaced and dispossessed of their cultural base. So that is how far it's gone. Other people have been interested in dramatization of the story. And I also worked with Margaret Busby some years ago, about 10 years ago, when the Arts Council of England funded a musical, Asantewaa Warrior Queen, which was a huge, it had, I think the cast was 60 or so people from Africa, itself from Ghana. About 20 or 25 of the cast were from Ghana, because some from the Caribbean, Jamaicans who joined. So it was a situation of Asantewaa going beyond the shores of Asante into a bigger Black world by way of memory and by way of historical reconstruction. Because that London musical was huge. It was staged in Leeds, Manchester, in London itself, and I think about 6 places or so. And it received huge reviews in the broadsheets of the Guardian, the Times, and others. And the BBC somehow covered it, and a couple of the producers, including myself, were interviewed on the BBC World Service about the significance of the documentary. So that is how far Asantewaa has traveled, and we continue to talk about what she did, what the effect has been almost a century after. And so it's good that we're having this discussion with you from the UK, and with me sitting here in Africa, Accra specifically, and to still realize that 100 years on is still of huge spiritual and historical significance. So I think I will pause here for the time being, and then we see how
Okay.
the others react to this.
All right. May I ask, Sister Kasheni, is it possible to ask questions now, or should we wait until the end? I was still trying to see if I could get Sister Sewa Bonsu, but she hasn't come through. So I'll carry on, and then we'll take questions when I finish. Is that okay?
Yes, I think that should be fine.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, I thought I was unmuted. No, Amma, I was going to say.
What are you saying?
Yes, if you want to ask some questions now, if people have got some questions for Ivor, that will be fine, if you're happy with that, or if you would like to carry on.
Right. Because I don't know about the timing, and as I said, Sister Sewa's not here yet, and also I'm not sure whether you've had any luck with Mama.
Yeah,
Bello.
yes, she's here, so you can probably do it in 2 parts. So
Okay.
if the other sister is not here that you're waiting for, then
okay.
we can go back
Move
to
on to
start
her.
and then go back and
Okay.
come back again.
All right then. All
Which
right
makes
then.
everything very
Bayyinah is
interesting.
here. Yes.
Yes.
All right.
So if you could hold your questions then for Brother. Oh, am I muted? Brother Ivor until the second half.
Okay, cool.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Brother Ivor.
Yes, thank you, Brother Ivor.
Give thanks.
So I'll hand back over to Sister Kasheni so you can do the introductions.
Okay, so Ma Bayyinah, are you hearing us?
Yes, I hear you well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma, for being present with us. You are in Hayti, and appreciate your timing to join us. And so we have one of the things I mentioned was that yourself and Maame Ama Gueye are 2 women who today, 21st century, are in direct contact with the women who were at the leadership of freedom and revolution during our enslavement era, and that they are as vibrant, if you like, through the 2 of you today, and that there is no diminishing of that message or that timeline in terms of their presence. And so I hand over to you, Ma, to let us understand and know what Empress Felicite, what Queen Marie-Louise, the energy, the ancestral spiritual heritage that they carried, that gave them those titles for the first time in the West. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much to everyone. Lone, Sanu, Alafia, Hotep. I know we are the families all over, and we try to be able to greet everyone in their own tongue. Yes, I am Bayyinah Bello from Hayti. And as most of you already know, Hayti is a lost part of Africa in the Caribbean. It is an island that was once the invaders from the Euro-Christian invaders came to the island. They slaughtered, genocided the people that were there, the Arawak, the Tupi, the Siboney, the Carib. 12 different ethnic groups were there. And within 11 years, they literally erased that group of people from their own numbers, their own, what they call them, their own numbers. They claimed that the population was somewhere between 3.5 million to 10 million. And 11 years later, there was but 100,000 souls. So we're talking about major genocide. And of course, the history book they have our children study says the good father, Las Casas, said, oh, don't continue to kill them anymore. Send for Africans to do the work, because the the Arawaks, the Taino, they're not able to do this kind of hard work. So send for some Africans. And that's how in 1503, they began to bring us from Africa to Hayti. The island's name was Hayti prior to being invaded. And so for 312 years, our people fought and we regained our independence, declared on January 1st, 1804. And our liberator, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, created the Empire, Hayti, Empire of Freedom. That is on his letterhead. And therefore, Empress Felicite became Empress Felicite of Hayti, Empire of Freedom. So that's what we created in 1804. But of course, most people who write about us hardly ever mention that. They talk about the Republic, the first Black Republic, but that didn't happen until 1807. The first creation is Empire of Freedom in 1804. Empress Felicite is a woman who made it very clear throughout her life that she lived for three things: education, health, and justice. Nothing else. Her husband is a military man. She has no contact with weapons. She systematically refuses any kind of weapon, any kind of violence. So when she goes on a battlefield after the battle, she goes to heal those who are wounded. And in some cases, take those men into her carriage, bring them home to take care of them. So she's done a lot in education and a lot in literacy. She's taught a lot of people how to read and write all her life. And she did not change when she became an empress. She was a serving empress. She gave us the most important meal in our nation, which is called independence soup, which we all prepare on January 1st across the world. And that is a special meal that she conceived as a healer for people who are not able to eat every day. So it's a mixture of vegetables and tubercles that she prepares. She puts no meat in it. And she taught us how to make this food and told us that even if you would go 5 days, 10 days without food, don't worry. The first day you can prepare this soup. And it will keep you from 10 to 15 days. It will keep you nutritionally. It won't stop you from being hungry, but it will keep your body from deteriorating nutritionally. So this is one of the great gifts from our Empress. She is also someone of character who would not accept to do things. For example, at some point, another ruler of Hayti wanted to give her a pension because she was living in rather difficult situations. And but because this ruler had executed some young men the year prior, she refused to accept the money. So this is, she shows us no matter how long you live, and she lived to be 110. Imagine having gone through slavery, where the slavers always say that the system was such, people cannot generally live more than 20 to 25 years. She lived out the slavery time. She spent about 20 some odd years in slavery before she was purchased by another slaver who freed her. Then she lived to see independence and to survive the assassination of her husband, our liberator, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, survived him by 52 years. And when they married, she was already 10 years older than him. So she lived to be 110. And all her life, she never changed. If somebody had committed certain crimes, she would refuse to take any contact with you. That's generally how she dealt with situations like this. But a very kind, generous person throughout her life. With or without money, she's always at the service of others. With or without title, she puts herself at the service of others and the nation. Queen Marie-Louise is the second woman who, after the death of the emperor, King Henry became king, and his wife, Marie-Louise, became Queen Marie-Louise of Hayti. There's 30 years difference between those two women, the Empress and the Queen. They are born the same date, May 8th. So yesterday was their birthday. One turned 244 and the other one 274 years old yesterday. And we were blessed to be able to mark their birthday one more time. So Queen Marie-Louise, her field is education and justice. Those are the two areas that she left her mark. Education of her children. She's, in fact, she's a free woman. She's never been a slave. She was never a slave. She was born within a free Black family. And then she married Christophe, and eventually Christophe became king and she became queen. And so education and justice were her main thing. She was also a good businesswoman. She ran a lot of the businesses that she and her husband put together. A woman of knowledge, of education, of kindness. In fact, King Henry is the only Haitian ruler who got in touch with kings of Dahomey for many different reasons. But one of them was that he asked the king of Dahomey if he would allow 20 military female from the army, from the female army of Dahomey, to come to Haiti to ensure the security of Queen Mary. So Queen Mary's security was assured by African women, military women from Dahomey. Of course, these are things that are rarely mentioned because that showed us the capacity we had to connect with and that is threatening to those who want us to be slaves eternally. So this type of information is rarely put out. But it is a fact. In fact, there are many in the newspapers, in gazettes, in different papers of that time, we find several articles of people referring to these very tall Black women in their short skirts with their weapons, assuring the security of the queen and the princesses of Haiti. And they were from Dahomey. So Queen Marie-Louise has a pretty drastic, hurtful life because this is a woman who had to bury her husband, bury all her children, but her firstborn in particular. They sent François Ferdinand Henri, they sent him to study in France at the age of 9. And the revolution began the year after that. So Napoleon sent a letter when he found out that the prince was studying in France. He sent a letter to the king, to King Henry, to tell him, if you want to see your child again, you will not be part of this revolution. King Henry replied, my wife is gorgeous. I adore her. We will have many children. So the young boy was killed in France. Some say he was starved to death. Other reports say that he was hung. But one way or the other, they never saw their, at 10 years old, he is, we could say, among the first martyrs, young martyrs of Haiti's revolution. So she lost her first child that way. Then after her reign, she left Haiti, went to England, spent some time there, then traveled across Europe, and in the end established herself at Pise in Italy with her 2 daughters. I did not mention her last child, her youngest child, Prince Jacques Victor. He was arrested when the family lost power. So he was arrested and he was killed in Hayti. So both her sons were killed. And then she and her two daughters settled in Italy, and they never married. They never had any children. And she also had to bury her two daughters. Her daughters died before her. So she, after her second daughter's death, she sent for her sister in Haiti, who came and stayed with her, and she died in Italy. That was, that's the end of. So in the resume of the life of those two women, the biological life. Now, if we look a little bit at the spiritual, Princess Empress Felicite was a highly spiritual woman. This is a woman who has, as when we travel in the country in various voodoo places, we find that she had been present. For example, in a place called Souvenance, there is a bed where she used to use way back then. Other objects that she used that were left there. There is a mirror in Bajo that is connected to her. So we know that this is a woman of great spiritual power who's obviously her regulations did not allow her. That's probably part of why she was so adamant about not having any contact with weapons, not having any dealing with violence. For example, when she organized our first capital, the capital city, she made her house in one street, and 2 streets down, she made the house for her husband. But they were very close. So when people question how come 2 houses, she says, well, he is a freedom fighter. His house has to be an arsenal. I am into health, justice, and education. No weapons in my house. So that's why she established 2 houses, because her house had to be absolutely with nothing that was a weapon could be around her. And so this is a woman of character, as I said before. She would, any government that came in, she was threatened sometimes, but obviously no one could touch her. Even when she rejected, for example, one president of Haiti, who was probably 22 years younger than her, thought he would come and marry her. She responded, when you have been the wife of a liberator, there are no more men on this earth for you. Of course, the president didn't appreciate that kind of answer, but that's the kind of woman. And they say that she always speaks with this very soft, gentle voice, but she will tell you exactly what she has to say. So, and there was also the second emperor of Haiti, who at some point wanted to meet with her. She refused because she did not appreciate her government, the way he was handling things, certain things anyway. And at one point he left Port-au-Prince and traveled the 250 kilometers to the town where she was. He figured if he came to her house, there was no way for her to refuse him, because he written and she wrote back saying, no, I will not meet with you. And so he decided he would just go. So he came to her place. And when they came, they knocked at the door. They heard her singing inside the house, but did not open the door. Knocked, a couple of soldiers knocked real hard. And one soldier said to the emperor, hey, listen, I could just kick this door open. And the emperor said, no, you don't understand. The woman who's in there, even if I came with a full battalion, she will not accept to greet me. So he put his stuff, his crown and all his stuff in his carriage, got on his horse, and rode back to Port-au-Prince. So this is a woman, a powerful woman, and the power of sweetness and softness and gentleness. She has the water power, which could go anywhere, flexibility and movement, but never attacks. So that's the way we come to understand our Empress over the years. Always education is a big thing with her, very big. And the loi that she is connected to, that is, she's often, people referred to her about, is Clermésine Clermay. Clermésine Clermay, which means as the woman that represents all light, all knowledge. And you know, knowledge is power. So that is what I will share with you about our princess and our empress. And I will stay open for the questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma. Really appreciate. I think there's one other woman that perhaps needed to be noted, and she's standing out to me quite strongly now, which is who we know. Well, there's two which have a similar name, but certainly Ezili Danto. Mm-hmm. And her role, very much present as our limited education, if you like, in terms of Hayti at the start of the revolution, and was invoked at the famous prayer before the revolution started. And I dare ask, would the Empress, I mean, Felicite Heureuse and Marie-Louise, they would have been at that session perhaps? And that role of Ezili Danto then?
Ezili Danto is a loi. This is the loi who represents the principle of the female warrior. So she is the one who, in fact, Hayti is considered under her rule. That's why it is very important that a lot of, as the enemies of our people, as they influence governments, they make them make laws that will put women out. Because if you look at something very simple, during the revolution, we had people like Marie-Jeanne, a woman who had 1,000 women in her battalion. Some say 2,000, but I know for sure at least 1,000. And no men in her battalion, no men in her troops at all, only women. And these women were incredible in the things that they could do, the things that they did. And one of the most famous battle during the revolution is the Battle of Crête-à-Pierrot, where in fact the women took over the situation when the men were really getting depressed. The women snuck in and took over the situation and changed what was going to be a slaughter. Because imagine, we had barely 600 to 800 men, soldiers in the fort. The French came with 12,000 troops, 600 against 12,000. It was a guaranteed slaughter. Hey, see you later. So, Maida, would you close the door for me, please? Thank you. So it was a guaranteed slaughter, 12,000 French troops against 800 soldiers. So now what happened is, in the end, the French general said that within a half hour, there'd be nothing. We would turn to porridge. Well, the battle lasted 22 days. And in the end, we won against the 12,000 plus French. So, but the women had a lot to do with what happened and with how things happened. So Marie-Jeanne is one of very famous female warrior, and an Ezili Danto. When you're talking about Danto, That's the spirit of Dantor in women like Marie-Jeanne. In spite of everything, even in today, when we look at all kinds of laws trying to block women in Haiti, but Haiti is the country that has female, not only we had empresses and queens, prime ministers, we also have a female president before any other countries in the area. We also, the country where women rose in spite of different blocks, women rose within the police and took important positions within the police. So the spirit of Ezeli Dantor is that spirit of the female warrior that is very present in Haiti until today. Also, we could talk about, if we talk about the ceremony of Bwakaima with Tante Cécile Fatima. Cécile Fatima is a mixed woman. Her mother was a Senegalese. Her father was a Frenchman. They were married in France. Yet the father picked up the 3 children and mother and sold them into slavery at some point.
Whoa, whoa.
Okay? These are people legally married in the so-called French of light and knowledge. That's what happened. So, Cécile Fatima is the woman that once she in Haiti, although Haiti was not there yet, in Saint-Domingue, she is the great organizer of what is called the Congress. They refer to it in the books as the ceremony of Bwakaima, which is absolutely wrong. It's a Congress that our people in full-fledged slavery, we organize a way, even though the law said if any 3 of us are found anywhere without permission from the slavers, then death is the only thing. Well, in spite of that law, this woman organized, she took 4 years to organize a meeting among ourselves. And so smart, she picked 18 different spots across the island because everybody could not come to one place. We had to be able to get to the place quickly, make the decisions, and come back before they would notice we were out. So she made 18 simultaneous meetings with no telephone, no cell phone, no computer. How did she organize that? Talking about organizer. So, and that's in the point where it is at that meeting the decision was taken, we will fight to get out of slavery. This woman was a Mambo. She was a highly spiritual woman, well-known woman, but that is she did not just count on spirit. She is a superb organizer, disciplined person who studies everything and put things into, like for example, the meeting was to begin when the moon is at this position. And as soon as the moon reaches that point in the sky, then the meeting is over. No more, no question, no let's wait a few minutes. Everything was well organized, well planned, and it brought us to victory.
Thank you so much. I welcome other people to ask questions. Sorry, Jean, if you wanted to.
No, I said Ashay. That's truly amazing.
Incredible. This is something we definitely want to emulate. And I save the others who would like to ask some questions to Bayyinah. Any questions?
I'll say what was the sister's name who, as I said, that I think she was mixed. That was actually married in France.
That's right.
And he sold her and their children into slavery.
That's correct. I do not have the name of the Senegalese sister. I have not uncovered it so far.
Right.
I have the name only of the children that she had, and that, all of them were sold into slavery from France.
It just goes to show how heartless these people are. And I'm amazed as well about the soup. Was it the independent soup?
Yes, that's correct. That's what it is, independent soup. And it is the Empress who gave us the recipe. a very specific recipe with pumpkin, or what would be squash, I guess, in squash, carrots, cabbage, and um, yams. It's a very special combination. In fact, I had in 1994 a friend of mine who was working for a laboratory tested the combination and what was in it. And he said that, for example, the pumpkin in Hayti has 127 nutritional elements, potassiums and this, that, and the other, and 4 enzymes. And one of the enzyme works like a glue. So when you do this combination of vegetables and tubercules, that glue from the enzyme will make all the nutrition linger in your system for 15 to 28 days. That's why when she says, even if you don't eat for several days, make that soup. Anytime you spent several days without being able to eat, make that soup. And so he said, she was absolutely, but how did she know that? He said, I have all these things to test and whatnot, but he did know. And of course, that's when the spiritual steps in. Yeah. That's what we don't understand. We're trying to take spirit for guru, I don't know what. But spirit is the vehicle that enables you to travel from the invisible world to from the visible world to the invisible, collect data, information, knowledge, and return to the visible.
Wow. I was going to say that soup is actually still made today?
Oh, yes. Every January 1st. In fact, Fondation Marie-Louise Felicite Bonheur des Salines, Fondation Felicite, of which we are part, have been organizing for the past 21 years. Every year we do a fund we collect funds for 5-6 months of the year, so that on January 1st we could make sure we could share the soup with lots of people. This year we shared the soup with nearly 22,000.
Wow, what? That's a big pot.
That's a lot of big pots.
Do people travel in for that? Well, apart from the COVID thing, do people actually travel in for that, or is that just Haiti tradition for?
In fact, in 21 years, we have spread it a lot of different places. For example, this year in New York, at least 20 or 30 restaurants were offering the soup free of charge in New York City.
Wow.
We do it in Lomé, we do it in Canada, in different cities in Miami also. So now the soup has traveled a lot, and it's made available. A lot of people do it. In fact, in places, people considering, because it's a meal, but it's medicine. If you have, for example, when HIV was doing a lot of damage to people, and people who did not have the medicine, they would use the pumpkin, open the pumpkin, remove the seeds from the center, fill it with water, and drink it. It replenish your vitamins, your immune system. Replenishes. So there's, it's more and more. And that soup, we think of it in terms of, like, we serve it in prisons, in hospitals, in different places. The elderly, it's very good. Children that are, anemic, people who are anemic, it's excellent for all these people.
Wow, thank you so much for that. We have a question, hand raised from Mariana. Did I pronounce your name correctly?
Yes, it's Marie Ama.
Mariama, sorry.
I want to say good evening to all my sisters. Great rising. I missed the first part of what our sister was saying. I got the last part there about the soup, because I'm from the island of Dominica, and I was just wanting to hear exactly again what was in it, because we have a soup as well, but we call it something different. We made with pumpkin as well, and I just wanted to hear what was in it again.
What do you call your soup?
Well, we just say brath. We say a pumpkin brath, but there's
Okay.
another Creole word for it as well, but I can't remember it because I haven't got exactly all the words. But we have a Creole word for it as well, but I can't remember. And I know we speak the same similar Creole to Hayti, so I'm not even sure it could be the similar name. I'm not sure. But I just wanted to hear what was in it just to remember, because my grandmother used to make that soup a lot. What is it?
Okay, from memory, I would say, pumpkin, cabbage, carrots. We have yams. We have navet. I don't know how you say it in English. We have then there are the leaves that are very important: the parsley, the celery. Those that you put the leaf, the green things, you only put them after you've turned it off the fire. You do not
That's
boil
right.
it.
You put it on top.
You put it on top and
Right,
you cover it.
Yes.
So that, for example, the parsley leaves, a bouquet of parsley has 85,000 units of vitamin A. So those of us who are lacking in vitamin A is very important, but do not boil those things. The parsley, the sorrel, you do not boil them when you put them.
Great. I was just checking because that's exactly how we do our soup. We don't, you see, like the green, whether it's parsley, thyme, anything like that, we don't boil it. We just put it on top and put the lid on it.
Yes.
That's it. I was
So
just
what's in common between Dominica and Haiti? And I know that Dominica also study Haiti's history.
Well, a lot of Haitians live in my country. A lot of Haitians since the 90s have been coming to Dominica. So we've grown up around lots of Haitian people in our country. They do a lot of farming and with, because the land is very fertile in Dominica. So we do have quite close connection with our Haitian family, and especially with the language as well, obviously.
Okay, so can I just be clear? You're the Dominica that's next door to Haiti, or you're the island?
No, not the Republic.
Not the Republic, the other one. Okay.
No.
Okay.
On either side of us is once Guadeloupe and Martinique. And I was just checking that the soup. That's just when she was describing it, I was like, wow, this feels so familiar. But
so what's your ingredients do you have in the soup that you have? Is it exactly the same? What's your ingredients?
Well, yeah, we have pumpkin. It's like we obviously fresh pumpkin that we grow with the carrots, with the cabbage. Obviously we put like garlic and onion in it as well.
Yes, we do also.
Yeah, we put garlic and onion, but definitely the parsley, definitely like what you said, on top, definitely. And they put the lid on it, the heavy lid. My grandma, I remember her outside. She used to do it outside in the yard. So as a child, because I used to suffer from bronchitis as a child, and my great grandmother healed me from that with this soup as well, and also pushing me under the seawater because we live right by the sea. As a child, I thought they were drowning me, but they weren't.
Yeah.
But they said I had to get the seawater in my lungs. So
Wow, thank you so much. That's so Ma, do you think, is it just a January the 1st independent soup, or actually is it a tradition perhaps that we can use for maybe like we use kind of the Ifa year, for example, which begins in June, or perhaps a particularly marked time of year for us is August. I'm just wondering whether that's a kind of a gathering type of event. I mean, can we use the independent soup at any time?
Oh, yes, you can. We do. Some Haitians have it once a month. Some Haitians have it every Sunday as breakfast. But the tradition that was established for independent soup is on Independence Day. And on that day, you eat nothing else. You want breakfast, the soup. Lunch, the soup. Dinner, the soup. Snack, the soup. So to me, they want to give us a certain dosage on the first day. So we would do a certain accumulation of things. So that's why on January 1st, no other food, everywhere you go, is the soup. On January 2nd, which is Ancestors Day, on Ancestors Day, you have everything on your table. You can have chicken, fish, all kinds of meals, all different kinds, because you want all the ancestors, whatever they like, to find it on your table. But on January 1st, it's only independence soup.
Okay. I also have another question. If there's no other question from other people, I saw 2 hands went up at one point. Is it? Ma, just in terms of the history of Haiti and the accomplishment of the revolution, and even today, and perhaps you could give us a bit of, the current situation. Was it implicit, the gathering and the honoring of ancestors, the spiritual participation of people that raised that mystery, that was the enablement of the freedom? I mean, I know it's a obvious question, but it kind of needs addressing, I feel.
Well, once we accomplished independence, okay, then there are 3 things in life that are vital to any people, any free people. It's time, space, and actions. Time, when you set up a calendar, the elements that will stand out on your calendar will be dates that are important to you because of your history. So, of course, January 1st, Independence Day, January 2nd, Ancestors Day, because we already knew the only reason we have independence because all the ancestors contributed to our efforts. Mm-hmm. And on January 6th, the original calendar of Haiti, on January 6th, it was, excuse me. Okay. On January 6th is Mothers of the Nations Day. That date was important in Haiti, was on our calendar until the U.S. occupation. And it is during the U.S. occupation that they removed that date from Haiti's calendar.
Wow.
Oh, yes. So
when was U.S. occupation?
From 1915 to 1934, 19 years. So then we have days like Flag Day, the day we created the flag on May 18. Then we have the final battle where we finished crushing the Spanish. We had crushed the British who tried to take over the island, and then we crushed the French army, reduced them to nothing on November 18, 1803. So all these dates are important dates on the calendar, and that will be the same for any nation. Once you've gone through and established your independence, then the dates on your calendar will have to do with you. But as the times went by, some of our dates that are important to us have disappeared. And then we have things like St. Mary, St. Joseph, holiday for somebody's God, and all kind of things like that have come up. Because we don't understand time, space, and action. The life of people is made of actions that we place on space within a certain parenthesis of time. So if we're talking about Haiti from 1804 to today, then all the dates that are important today are dates that I must find in Haiti's history. If I go to Ghana, then I should find dates that are important to the Ghanaian people. But if I'm finding dates that are important to St. Joseph and St. Mary, or Christopher Columbus, or De Gaulle, or Shakespeare, then something is wrong with that people. They don't understand what a calendar is all about.
Have you reinstated the Mothers of the Nation Day?
At Fondation Felicite, we celebrate it every year on January 6th. Yes, ma'am.
And how has that come about? Does that come about because of the Women's Army, or was it something else?
No, it's more than that. We're more talking about all the women who sacrificed themselves in order for the nation to be born. Not just the Women's Army, but all the women who contributed in all the different ways to the to the rise of the nation, to the birth of the nation.
That's commendable. That is commendable. Is anybody else got any questions?
I see.
Standing.
Mama
I think
Gueye.
it's
Maame Ama.
Ama.
Okay, I'm around here, so in case there are some
I wanted
issues
to ask a question.
again.
Yes, I wanted to. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead, Ama.
I wanted to ask Mama Bello about what has been your passion. What was the connection with all this work that you're doing around the foundation and the Queen and the Empress that you sort of help us to remember so well? Is it something that, are you in some ways connected by, I don't know, I was going to say blood, or is it something that has become a passion because you want us to learn and know and understand the fullness of what really took place in Hayti?
No, it's not blood. That's for sure. I would say experience. I was in school in France years ago. I was probably 14 the first time this happened. And I had a dream of this military man coming and saying, speaking to me. And one of the dream was, do you know who I am? And I said, no, I don't know and I don't care. He says, but you should. So anyway, I had a whole series of dreams like that. And eventually one day he said to me, there was a trip planned in the school. And he said, you're not going. I said, well, I don't even know you. Why should I care what I'm going. I already paid for it and blah, blah, blah. I'm going. He says, no, you're not going. And so that morning I got up, got dressed, and was on my way, got down the stairs. As I put my foot down the last step, I fell and twisted my ankle.
Right.
And of course, they decided I'm not going. So I stayed. And but within an hour, the twisted ankle was no longer a problem, but the bus was gone.
Yeah.
When they came back, there was an accident. And at least 4 of the children in the bus were hurt. And 1 person was dead.
Wow.
So from that point on, I started taking my dreams seriously.
Mm.
And I have often been guided. For example, there's a woman, Lieutenant Sanit Belair in our Austria. And I was writing, I knew about the other people, but I didn't know about her. She came in my dream. And she said, for several years, you don't talk about me, you don't talk about me. I said, but I don't know anything about you. Says, well, go to the Library of Congress, 6th floor. Room such, I don't know, 300, 400, whatever it was. A few months later, I went to the Library of Congress. The very first thing I saw, Lieutenant Sanit Belair, a book on Lieutenant Sanit Belair. So this is something that I did, I didn't choose. It came to me and I'm aided along the way. Sometimes when I'm stuck, they come in and they say, okay, this way. So I've learned that obedience is very important.
Very much so, very much so. We have Lyndon Waters who's got a question. I didn't see a hand raised from you, but I saw that you put a message in the chat. So Brother Lyndon, I will come back to you, Marie-Anna, afterwards. Lyndon, Dr. Lyndon Waters.
Greetings to all the wonderful queens. Wow, I'm overwhelmed. Bayyinah, did I pronounce your name correct?
Yes, correct. Bayyinah Bello. Yes, sir.
Right. I am pleased to meet you, and I've heard so much about you way back and had not had the opportunity. So today I welcome the opportunity to, first of all, hear you and see you. I have a question. There was a young woman from Where did she say she was? And the little islet between
Dominica,
Guadeloupe?
the sister from Dominica.
Dominica, that's correct, Dominica. What I heard her say is very encouraging, because my question, I must tell you, I've only studied the British history on what you say, Hayti. Of course, I'm a Jamaican, we say Hayti, all right? So what I understand from that is that Hayti and Dominica, or what I now learned to be the main part of Dominica, is one land space. Am I correct?
I have heard that. I don't know.
Geographically, it used to be.
No, it's not one land space.
I see.
No.
It used to be called Hispaniola,
It's
no?
the Republic, the Dominican Republic.
Right.
Haiti and the Dominican Republic are two republics on one island.
Right.
Dominica is not. It's a different island.
I see. I see. That was my confusion just now, because the Republic of Dominica has been there's stuff out there about the way in which Dominicans from the Republic of Dominica, as you've just made a difference, and Haitians live.
That's true.
So the Haitians that actually sort of transported themselves to that side of the same land space, which is called the Republic, and live there, they're now being currently being thrown out or abused and sent back into Haiti. How true is that?
Very true.
And so therefore the relationship, I'm interested in the relationship that anyone might have had living in the Dominican section, the Republic of Dominica section, and now being uprooted. They must have had family that was born there and all of this sort of thing. So I'm a relationship coach. So I want to know what, for the Black experience, can you tell me about the relationship?
Okay. The short of it, even though this is not our subject for today, the short of it is on the island of Hayti. Okay, as I said before, Hayti was named, that island carried that name for more than 4,000 years prior to being invaded by Euro-Christians. And it is an Arawak word. It's not a French word. It's an Arawak word. So on that island, all the colonizers fought, and they fought each other. So at different time, different colonizers had the better hand or the greater hand or the upper hand on the situation. Ultimately, the war between France and Spain, over 100 years, they fought over it. And in 1675, they signed a treaty splitting the island into two, giving 1/3 to Spain, 1/3 to France, and 2/3 to Spain. So all the colonizing hatred between the two colonizers, after Haiti became independent, the whole island became independent. But you had one side where the people spoke French, the other side, the people spoke Spanish, and all the colonized hatred between the two were present. And there was not enough time, the new rulers did not have enough time to set up programs that would make the people into one mind. Of course, the colonizers were always present trying to split up again. So there's been a lot of different times where Haiti has split into two and, different things. So since independence, only during 21 years, the island was one island, one country. All the rest, the 221? Okay, the 217 years of independence, we've had all kinds of split. Now, the Dominican side, they educate. The hatred is in the books, is in the school, is in the history. It's not just in the politics. The Haitian side has nothing Haitians have nothing against Dominicans. but the Dominicans are educated to be against Haitians. In fact, some Dominican governments used to, in the 19th century, send for prostitutes from Spain so they would lighten up the population. They would diminish the darkness of the population. So it's a lot of history there. We won't take more time than this on the subject.
Thank you very much indeed, ma'am. Sister, I am very grateful to you. My mind is less cloudy now. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Okay. We have our sister Marie Ama, and then Galactic Clyde. Marie Ama? You'd like to unmute yourself and ask a question?
Sorry about that.
Okay.
I just got a little bit confused. I was going to ask our sister Mama Bello a couple of things actually, because I missed the part where she was talking about, was it the royal family of Haiti that you were talking about?
The Empress Felicite and the Queen Marie-Louise.
Right, because I remember I watched a video, I came across a video the other day on YouTube, and it was all about a queen and her two daughters that had to leave. Is that the same?
That's
queen
right.
Who went to England. They came to England. They came to Greenwich in England. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, wonderful. I just wanted to make sure it was the same one. I wish I never missed that, though. I wanted to hear more because I saw the little video, but I wished I heard what you... Is there anywhere that I can read about it that you've written or something that I can read more?
I put my email on the chat, and if you send me an email...
Oh, good. I'll do that. I will definitely do that. And just another thing, just a quick clarification. The Dominican Republic, as we know it now, prior to that, that part of Haiti being split and being called the Dominican Republic, my country, Dominica, was also called the Republic of Dominica because we're a republic. But because we joined the West Indian Federation and then the Dominican Republic got that name, we changed it so that it didn't say Republic, so it wouldn't be confusing. But obviously we're still called Dominica, and it's still confused to this very day. A lot of people, when I tell them I'm Dominican, they start speaking in Spanish to me. I'm just like, okay, you know. But we were a republic, definitely, and we're not a French, because I saw somebody say that Dominica is a French colony. We're not a French colony. In fact, we're an Anglophone country, but we speak our own Creole, so it's got a lot of the French dialect in it, right? But also with African dialect, Kikongo, Wolof, you know, it's a mixture of Igbo as well, Igbo, you know, so it's not Francophone. That's all I wanted to get clear. But we can speak French. A lot of our people do go to live in Guadeloupe and Martinique, and yeah, we can speak French. A lot of us in France, everywhere, you know, so just wanted to get that clear. But anyway, Thank you. I will email you and definitely get some more information. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And just to mention that actually, hopefully this year, Bayyinah will be publishing a book which is about these two women, Empress Felicite and Queen Marie-Louise, royals from the revolution. And there'll be some quite very interesting ways in which, as women, they approached themselves and their relationship to men in particular. And I think it's something that really our next generations need to read about them and their personal standing and how they relate to men, and how men, as we heard some of what Bayyinah actually said, the men understood that there were boundaries that they could not cross. And certainly the young women today need to understand those things, and so do the young men in relation to the women. So I think that when that book comes out, we will invite Bayyinah to join us again. I'll hand back over to you, Galactic.
Okay, I have a two-part question. One for the elder that spoke about Asantewaa.
We'll come back to that. We'll just stay with Bayyinah for this one. We'll come back to
it's a two-part question. It's a two-part question because, okay, let me ask our elder Bello. In Haiti, because I wanted to ask about the golden stool, the significance of the golden stool, but we'll come to that when the brother is right, when we can. But I wanted to find out, in Haiti, is there a sacred relic of the Haitian people in connection similar to the golden stool that they of Ghana, that is very significant, that is an all-out war if it have to be taken in that sense?
If I'm clear, are there in Haiti sacred relics? Is that what the question is?
Relics, yeah, similar to the golden stool, or
All people, all cultures have their sacred relics. The problem is when you are across dominators, colonizers, thieves, liars, they make it their business to steal your sacred relics and put them in their museums in the so-called name of science. All of our pharaohs, all of everything from Egypt, all over Africa, we will find them in France and England. These are our sacred relics. Should have never left the land, but they're all over, and they made us, so-called educated people, believe that it is normal that our sacred items should be in their museums. Yes, we have plenty, and IT have plenty all over the world as well.
I live in New York, and I've seen that I know they had some relationship where the mambo, or I think what you call the houses of the Buddha huts, were donated as a specimen, like a museum piece for viewing, and they'll send back to Haiti. Do they still do that, and would they be considered something like that for the UK?
Sacredness should stay home, period.
Okay.
Otherwise, it loses its sacred value.
Gotcha. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just want to raise something in relation to, there was a message, for example, that you received, I can't remember whether it was Queen Marie-Louise or Empress Felicite, that you felt you wanted to share with the leadership of Haiti in terms of government, and you shared that with them. That's part of the ancestral mother's heritage, if you like, that you carry and are confident about. Can you just tell us a bit about that story, how that was for you to do that, and the response? I don't know if you remember that, Bayyinah?
I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about... I had no idea you were talking to me.
Sorry, my apologies. No, I remember that you told a story that you received a message, either from Queen Marie-Louise or from Empress Felicite.
It was the Empress. It was the
Yeah,
Empress.
and that you wanted to share it with the leadership of Haiti.
Okay, no, I was ordered. I didn't want to.
Okay.
All right. The Empress had asked me, for the health of our people, to go to the Ministry of Health and talk to the minister and explain to him certain things that he had to do. One of them was that she said our people, our Haitians, didn't used to have heart diseases, but that right now it's becoming epidemic in Haiti. So here is what has to be done to correct this situation. So these were the instructions that I received. And I made numerous attempts. I spoke to the secretary, the general director of the ministry. I spoke to different people, but the minister herself never spoke to me. But I sent the message via her people. And whatever we could do that year also for their birthday, the Empress had asked me to have the Red Cross come in and demonstrate to us in the celebration, to come in and demonstrate how to save people with who are having a heart attack and stuff like that. She also gave us some recipes of certain things that we should do. And the thing that I was most impressed with that year is the fact that she told us when somebody's having a seizure or heart attack, don't move the person. If they were on the chair and they fell on the floor, just make sure they're comfortable where they fell and loosen all their, their belt and stuff like that, so they could, and leave them alone. Because the body has its own way of bringing back the normalcy of the body. So at first, just let them be. Just don't let them have enough air, have the be comfortable. And once the body starts to get back, that's it. She said, here's what we should do. And it was impressive because when the Red Cross people came to do the demonstration, they confirmed what the Empress had told me, in the dream, and gave us more information, and we all learned how to deal. One of the things she insisted on, said, if you take somebody who's having a seizure and you put them in a car on all these bad roads, and you rushing, and then you blowing the horn so the next guy, the person get out of your way. All of this is making the situation worse. No, let them be, let them regain their stuff. Then there's certain simple massages, simple things that we could do to help the body get back to normal.
Fantastic. And just as a point, you receive and very confident from the dreams. Do you, so if there's two things. One, do you yourself instigate to ask a question directly to the ancestors or to the Empress? And secondly, what advice would you give about people that may be feeling that there's a sense of the mothers wanting to be around them or calling them or in their space, so to speak? Those are the two things.
All right. First of all, I have to say, we globally have a misunderstanding about what is life in its essence. We have been corrupted into the thought that life is the body. But life is not the body. We are alive because our spirit chose a body to do a certain experience on earth. So from having this backward, we take a lot of things upside down. So being that we are spirit, we are in touch with all spirit. It's not that occasionally the Empress might come or the Queen might come or this one or the military, the Desaline. No, they are always present in us, with us, around us. We have not developed the ear and eyes and the senses to communicate normally with them. That's our problem. Now, as we understand, once we understand that we are part of this very invisible world within that limited visible world, then it's easier to communicate, whether it is through dreams or through they speak to us, but can we capture the sound? They show themselves, but can we see them? You see, but some of it all depends on how your mindset is. Once your mind is properly set, then you will see it is on a daily basis, on a continuous basis, that you are in contact with all the ones that are gone, the ones that are invisible, because you are mostly invisible. Even if we look at our physical world, physical body. Okay, I'm looking at Sister Kashaniwa. I see a little bit of her skin because the rest is covered with cloth, with headpiece, blah, blah, so a little bit of her skin. I see her face, but I don't see anything vital, anything important about her. Her heart is not visible to me. I assume she has one. Lungs, intestines, blood, all of these are physical, yet they are not visible to us, but we know they're there. But if we go in a little deeper, I can see her thoughts. I cannot see her words. I can only hear them. So, if we understand that the invisible is the greater part of us, we will be more comfortable with what we call ancestors and spirit and whatnot. And then it becomes a very natural thing. Generally, every year or almost, Dessalines comes to say, okay, for his birthday, he wants this, and that. The queen comes and say, I want that. I want so-and-so to be invited. Like the first year, I invited professors from the state to Dessalines' birthday. He came in 2011 and said he wanted some professors from outside of Hayti to come and speak about him. And I didn't know how I was going to do this. I have no money. How do I put them, what hotel, tickets and whatnot? Well, my head was like this. I was going mad. And until I say to myself, well, listen, you just tell them this is what he told you. If they want to, they'll come. If they don't, they don't. That's it. Your business is just transmit the message. So I called Professor James Mall in New York. And I told him here, I had a dream. This is what Dessalines said. And the Fondation has no money and blah, blah, blah. He says, what? I owe this to Dessalines. I will pay my ticket. I will pay my way and I will come celebrate my father. And I was done. And that was first time, and then Dr. Jeffries came and then this one and that one. And then every year there were always people celebrating his birthday from different parts of the world.
Wow. Wow.
We have to trust and obey. That's it. And know that we are in a very spiritual world in spite of the matter.
Yes, Shay.
And so that trusting, that reading of the presence of our mothers and the spirit presence, and how do we, what is your advice in terms to engage? Do we pour them some water? Do we greet them? Do we give them some food, some gin? What are the fundamental that is a kind of a direct as we begin to engage?
The first thing is the mindset. It's the number one. If your mind is matter dominated, even if you pour libation every hour on the hour, it changes nothing. Mm-hmm. So we have to get our mind and heart aligned with the invisible world, with the spiritual world. Then your heart, your mind, your heart especially, will tell you what you need to do. Okay. Sure, you can learn about how to pour libation, how to speak, not to be afraid, even if you're alone and you're speaking and people think you crazy, that's their problem. But you know who you're speaking to. Go ahead, speak. If you speak, they will speak back. You pour libation is one way if it's done with the heart. If you, like in Voodoo, we have different days. If I feel that I need to really be about Freda, Azili Freda, then I put on Thursday, I put on all my pink jewelry, pink dress, pink this, pink that. But I know a lot of people who know nothing about it in the mind. But if you look at them, you'll see every Thursday they're dressed in pink. Every Friday they are green. Every they're disco. They don't even know. If you ask them, why are you wearing this color? No, I just took that dress. They honestly don't know, but they have a communication going on a different level. Of course, I would tend to think if you do it consciously, it is better than if you let it be done. So learn to know the world that you live in and then correct your behavior accordingly.
Ma, that's a real takeaway that we really have to work with and find how we work that mindset. So that's really powerful. The heart and mind alignment, for sure. Thank you very much.
We have a hand raised. Arthur Tomlinson, have a question?
Thank you very much. What an interesting chat there. What I wanted to just ask briefly is dress. When you've done your book, will we be able to see the women's dress, that how they actually dressed the warriors that were about in those days? Because this seems to be a part of our history that we seem to lose as well, is how we dressed in those days as warriors. And any chance of you getting any of the relics back at all?
Well, it's not so much a matter of getting back. As we said, you see, to get back, remember, you are in an invisible world. Memory is key. Once you remember it, you can create it.
Okay.
And also remember, I said that when you have something sacred and enemies and thieves and liars have manipulated it, I wouldn't be very eager to get it back. But I would do my best, starting with what I know, what I remember, to get the right people to create. Okay, so that would be, to me, that's more important. And remember, these people are very, their level of wickedness, we can't even fathom. I would worry as to what they put in it, what they did to it prior to returning it to me.
Okay. Yeah, I understand.
That in itself is powerful.
Yeah.
So I really should have asked, what do we do to do the heart and mind alignment?
Well, that's another hour or something.
It's true, but perhaps we could have a session around that. I think it would be useful.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. So that now that you've raised it, it means that we have to have that. Yes.
But I will say this much. Create more silence into your lives. That's the best teacher. We're living in a world of matter and noise. And it's purposely done.
Yeah.
So don't take the time. It's difficult for us to take the time to create silence. And silence is the mother of everything. So make an effort. Whether it's a minute a day, you start with 30 seconds, 10 seconds, it doesn't matter. But make sure you create a bit of silence in your life each day. Little by little, increase it. And you'll be surprised how much you come to know by just being silent. No radio, no TV, no Zoom, no telephone.
It's true. It's true. Someone's mentioned that you have online courses. Do you have some online courses?
I am working, and very soon there will be.
Okay. Well, as soon as they're available, please let us know and thing.
Sure.
And finally, just this other herb or vegetable that goes into the independent soup that you called, is it lave?
Nave, exact.
Nave.
Yes.
What's it like? What does it? Is it?
It's in the beets family, I would say, but it's white and red.
Nave.
Okay. Radish. Use what you.
Radish. Okay, radish.
Radish. Okay. Okay. So, because people are asking about the contents of the soup, and I know you're going to put the recipe, I just want to repeat it: pumpkin, cabbage, carrots, radish, yam, garlic, and then parsley and celery on top, and then
The
cover
leaves.
it.
The leaves.
And the leaves. Is it celery leaves then?
Yeah.
Celery leaves and parsley on top.
Yes. Well, but send me an email so you'll get a proper recipe.
Okay. We will do
I
that.
I see Emma has unmuted. I don't know if Emma's got the last question.
Oh, I think that's
Ivor. Yeah, it was, yeah. Sorry, that was a mistake.
Okay.
So are there any more questions at all for Bayyinah?
Well, I was interested in the women warriors, you know, that stood up. I mean, did they stood up because they had to stand up because the man was standing down? They were afraid?
No, I don't think. Hey, listen, they had been there keeping. There was March 2nd. They were locked in, and it was until March 22 that the women came in. So I don't think they were afraid. I think they gave it all they had. They had no more. They were several days without water, without food, without ammunition. So they gave all they had, and the fresh arrival put a punch to everything and everyone. Made things happen. So no, I don't think our men were, and it wasn't just men anyway. And none of our battalions were just men. All of them had some women. It was mostly mixed. For example, Tantoya, who's from Dahomey, she was a military woman in the Dahomeyan army. When she was taken into slavery, when she came back to Haiti, she also formed her own battalion. Her battalion only had men. She was the only woman in her battalion.
Okay.
So we had all kinds of different type of setup, but most of it, men, children, women, and elders were involved. One of the things I like to say is that our war was a family war, and that's one of what gave us the strength, because everyone had something to do, depending on your capabilities. The 10-year-olds had to go. The children 7, 8, 10 crawled onto the enemy camp, and they would go and sneak and take ammunition from enemy camp, put in their pockets, and crawl back and bring to us.
Wow.
So everybody had a role. Mothers, when things get tough, mothers would take their newborn babies, and because the women were responsible for annihilating the cannon. We didn't have no cannon, and these people had cannon, and each cannonball would kill 40, 50, 80 of us of one cannon.
Yeah.
Well, the women's role was to crawl over to enemy camp, and when things got tough, they couldn't find something to put in the cannon mouth to stop it. Well, the women would grab their newborn children and stuff the cannonball with it.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I've heard those. I heard that story, but the thing is, it's as Malcolm X said, it's any means necessary to get the actual, the goal of what you aim to achieve.
That's right, and then also to women to know that the collective has priority on the individual. If you don't understand that, you can't make the proper sacrifices.
That is true.
Collective victory. It takes individual sacrifices for collective victory.
Yeah, that's true. Did they do many rituals as well?
Of course. It's not they do. It's, you see, again, we're looking at things as separate. Life is one.
Yeah.
I am not, that's why in Voodoo, you don't have situation where you go, Muslims go to God on Friday and somebody else go to God on Saturday and the other one has to go to church on Sunday. No, we don't have that. Every minute of my life, whatever I do, the divine is in me and I am with him, with her. So it's not about Did we have a ceremony? No. Everything you do is about being the best warrior that you can be. You might do a little something, plus, well, this battle is going to be really tough. Let me drink a little bit of that and take this bath, or, wear my red stuff on my head. But you have to be who you are. It's about being. So it's not spirituality is on the left and then professional is on the right and being mother is on the middle. No, it's everything you are at every moment that you are.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. And I love to know that it's a family war. And I think that is the only way Hayti could have won all those battles, all of those battles.
In fact, one interesting quote from Dessalines, our leader and liberator and founder of Hayti, he says, even the cowards have a role in the battle. And people are like, what? What the coward gonna do? He said, well, who's gonna tell you how the brave died if it wasn't the coward?
That's true. It's true. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, it's been a real power moment. Today is, in fact, quite an auspicious day. Today is Oya Day in Ifa. Shango and Oya and Ibeji. And interestingly enough, today Venus goes into Gemini. So Venus has come out of being shielded by the sun. She's been behind the sun. She's almost like she's been in the underworld. She's been journeying aside in the dark place. And she's coming out now into her light, into herself. So it's a whole other dimension with Venus. We're actually going to be able to even see her. And that's happening today. And today is Oya, Shango, Ibeji. Ibeji are the twins, the Gemini. So the dual aspect of ourselves is so marked. And there we have the duality of the heart and the mind. That is our connection in that invisible world. And it's that invisible world that the oppressor fears of us most, because they cannot enter there. And that's what they fear the most. They fear us spitting some gin somewhere, having a pot to give to our ancestor. Remember that video?
Yes.
We cannot get any more evidence. Let us go and be in the invisible and do our work there. They cannot touch us there. However much they can go and initiate into something, or they can sing something, or they can say some traditional prayer or anything, they cannot reach. That is what our mothers want us to know. We have heard it tonight. It's critical now. It's exciting now. Be turned on by that aspect, because that is also Venus. The attraction, the love, the seduction, the sensuality, the creativity. All of those essential essences, the aromatherapy, all of those things is Venus. Let's find her in our own charts. Let's do that work. And so that connection, we heard Bayyinah say, the meetings were run by the setting of the moon, where the moon would be. We had that understanding. We were watching the planets. We were in touch. We timed ourselves and our connection in that relation. The time, space, action. So we have to know ourselves, and if we have to go and find out what our birthday dates signify in terms of the planets, let's do that. We have astrologers in our community, Galactic Clyde. We have those that can give us some insight. So where is Venus in your chart? The other one is the North Node. a most important aspect that we don't even get a sense of. We don't even know what it means. We have to get that education. Queen Marie-Louise, education and justice. Look at that. Look at what happened to education and our children today. And look at us with justice. What our main chant? No justice? Everybody say it. No peace.
Justice, no peace.
You understand? So this is what we are coming out with. And we are learning from these mothers that we've heard from Haiti. The revolutionaries. The Azili Dantos. The Ceciles. The women who beat 12,000 French men. Who does that? Except I and I, you know? So this is what we are taking from here, from this vibration today. We are connected. There's a reason for it all. The invisible is tangible. That's true. It may not be manifest and looking like something like a TV, but it's tangible through our senses. It's phenomenal. That's what a phenom is. We understand beyond the five senses. That's what it means to be phenomenal. It's called noumenal. That's who we are. And that's the story that our Ma Bayyinah has told her of herself today. Now we really give thanks. And I say to everyone, this is a donation event. Ma wants that Fondation School, Fondation Felicite to function and to work. There's one final thing, Ma, that perhaps, if you don't mind, just what is the current situation, Hayti? Just a little bit of just what is that picture? Just give us a sense of, is it going where, you know, it's so, anyway.
All right, it's quite simple. Haiti is, we went through 312 years of fighting to become independent. And since independent, the other war has begun. And that other war never stops. We sometimes apparently have some breaks, but the war is always on. And unfortunately, over the years, fewer and fewer Haitians understand that we are at war. And if you are at war and somebody is fighting on you and you thinking this is a vacation, then obviously that's not a very good place to be. So right now it's like one of those moments where they spend a lot more energy. Like you find, you know, the situation right now in the past couple of years is that people who can afford to buy a loaf of bread, they have 5, 6, 10 guns or different weapons, $50,000 a piece in their houses. People who can afford to buy a bed have tons of ammunition. So then the criminality, what they call insecurity is up because, hey, if I have nothing to eat and you give me a $50,000 gun, I'm going to find a way to eat. So a lot of this is going on. And, but it's not even, the problem is not, they're focusing on the person with the gun, but that person is not the problem. You got to find out who gave the gun to this person. And of course, this person is generally not in the country or is you know, we don't make guns. That's one thing. So if we have all these guns coming in, they come from somewhere. So who can come in with everything and not be searched? Nothing questioned. Well, 3 groups. A, the foreigners, the embassies, they come in and out as they want in all of our countries, whatever they want. B, the billionaires, and Haiti has quite a few of them, and they all foreigners. And C, the church and government. These are the people who can bring weapons into our country, into any of our countries, if you understand anything about how this world is run. So when you have a situation where people have plenty of guns, people who have no money have plenty of guns, and they can do kidnapping, killings, and this, that, and the other, then look in the right direction if you want to solve the problem. If you got the guts to solve it. So that's where we are right now. It's a very difficult moment.
Yeah, I heard about the most precious, I think it's iridium that Haiti has. I mean,
look at it all. Haiti is the richest country.
It really is. The fundamental.
You know, iridium, gold, diamond. I've read a report, a Swiss report, that across the world, if you mine a diamond, a gold mine, until it has nothing anymore, and then you pour the dirt back in it or something and go away, 157 years later, you will have more gold there.
Wow.
In Haiti, it happens every 137 years.
Wow.
Wow.
So
that's how rich the soil is.
That's right. We have 12 times more the petrol than Venezuela. 12 times more petrol than Venezuela. It's not being mined. And, you know, it's just, we're just so rich. But they work hard to convince every Haitian that we're so poor. As they steal the stuff. Which is the case for almost all of our countries.
Yeah.
Right now, Ghana is being split up into 2 countries because there's a lot of wealth discovered in certain part of Ghana. Mali has been torn into what they torn Mali into because of the wealth. It's always the same story. We don't have to be, you know, we just have to be logical and be courageous enough to say, to call a cat a cat.
Ma Bayyinah, thank you so much. I say to people, please support Garvey Village, please support Fondation Felicite. These two need to keep being here. Let us take the time. They are a space. They're where we can do action. That's what we need, those platforms. I have put the donations PayPal email in the chat, and I look forward to things coming through. And so, Maame Ama, I'm coming back to you in regards to more about Asantewaa. Again, she's right in line with the Oya Day. You know, we're in synchronicity without a doubt.
I hear that. Is it Ivy? Ivor, the battery is running low, so if anybody's got any questions to follow on.
Well,
and Maame Bello, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work. Thank you. Have a wonderful.
I remember meeting you. Is it a couple of years ago we met, isn't it? Down at Monks Park, Kashani, when you had the session.
Yes.
That's right. Yes.
That's right.
All right.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Amma, go.
I was going to say that our brother Ivor, his battery's running low, and I remember Galactic asking a question about the golden stool, and he would be the perfect person to shed some light on that if he's still available.
He's still there.
Okay, so if you could go before his battery goes.
Okay. No, the golden stool, as the story of it tells us, as about the soul of the Ashanti people. It symbolizes, it's not just a stool which is used for coronation, which was what the British thought it was. They thought it was like what Queen Victoria will sit on, in public. So when they demanded the golden stool as a prerequisite, the people were stunned, because that was not what they were used to. It was a request of a completely different kind. So they preferred to defend the stool, to go to war, than to get somebody, because even the king of Ashanti is not allowed by custom to sit on the stool. So to have the Queen of England asking for it to be handed over to her through the colonial administration was something that many thought was very offensive. It's spiritual in nature. The spirit of the nation is in the stool. So it's not a stool that is used for public coronation. And for that, it was for that reason that they were prepared to go to war. It was for that same reason that Asantewaa was prepared to lead the war. It was a spiritual war. It was a spiritual matter. Ashanti saw it as a spiritual demand, and it could only be for his safeguard that they will go to war. So basically, that is what it was, and still is the case. And many Ashantis and many Africans believe that a nation has a soul. Every nation has a soul, and in the case of Ashanti, the soul is in the stool.
Okay, when you say, sorry, if you don't mind me ask, when you say the soul is in the stool, you're saying, is it connected to the ancestral spirit? Explain what you mean by the soul is in the stool.
Basically, it's an ancestral spirit. The founding of the nation was not just going to war to claim a space. It was a creation of by the ancestral world. And I don't know if you know the story of the stool coming from the skies and then landing on the lap of the inaugural king of Ashanti. It wasn't a nation that was created by going to war. It was created in the spiritual realm, and that is how people want to see it, and that is how it's been seen over time.
Wow. As Emma was showing her book, and she's showing that the golden stool is in the clouds. Let me see if I can pin you. Say something and I can pin you.
Hello. Yes, hello. Oh, okay. All right. So I'll put this. Is that down low? Yes. Yes, the illustration shows the golden stool up in the clouds and ancestors below. And Okomfo Anokwe is one of the figures down there. I can't see. Sorry, I can't see to point him out.
Raise the book up a little bit.
There.
Okay.
There.
Yeah.
There. So,
thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ivor. I'm most grateful. And from what I could sit and listen to Bayyinah Bello for ages.
Yes.
Now, I think I want to take the story in a different.
Sorry, Amma, before you do that, is there any more questions for
sorry.
because of his phone situation, his battery? Is there any more questions for him? I have one. So was Asantewaa, she passed, she died in the Seychelles. Did she come home to Ghana, or was she? Yeah.
The ashes were brought to Ghana, but she passed. Yeah, she passed on in the Seychelles.
Okay.
So did they just expect? Oh, sorry, go.
No, go on. Sorry.
I was saying, did they just expect, because the Queen wanted this golden stool, that they're just going to hand over the stool just like that? I mean, with everything, they just.
No, that was the thinking, And for many, especially, it came as a very awkward request and a total misunderstanding of what a stool is, because we have ancestral stools among many of the Akans, in the Akan clans in Ghana, and even beyond the Akans, the Gans, they all have stools, which will remind us of our connection with the ancestral world. So these tools are kept in sacred places. They are venerated more or less. And in the case of the golden stool, more so.
Right.
So to get an alien coming in with a total misunderstanding of the situation to demand of a stool, an ancestral stool, it's more like saying that we are taking over your soul as the soul of the living. And that is it's worse than colonial rule. It's worse than anything, because with colonial rule it can still exist.
Yeah.
But with the soul taken out, you become nothing. And so that was why there was a 1900 war, which the war for the golden stool, as is known in Ghana. It's a war for the golden stool, a war to defend the golden stool.
Right.
That basically that was what it says. It's an ancestral connection with the ancestral world, connection with higher spirits, a spirituality of the being. That these were the terms that the disagreements were seen.
Yeah.
I mean, I was going to say that I was going just to follow up on that, and I'll let you back in, Galactic. Sorry. I heard that they received a stool. That was a replica that they gave them, or they got in the end.
No, I think it was a replica. No, they were so clever. Even some of the things that some of the artworks and other things that were precious of spiritual significance, when they saw threats, they will do duplicates. So in case they were tied up and they could do nothing about the situation, then they will normally give the what will end up being a fake item, and then they always try and preserve. There is a place in Kumasi where a hilly town where they took the golden stool at the time that they knew it was in danger, because the British forces had been hinted where the stool was, so they were marching to this hill. And but it was in safekeeping, and it's always been the case. So that is the story of the stool and what it means to.
So is it the British that have the stool still then?
The stool is still in Kumasi, in the palace of the King of Ashanti.
The original.
Really, yeah, the original really comes out. Really comes out.
Okay.
And when it comes out in a big way, with all the big rituals that anybody could think of. It comes out, and before it comes out, it's a whole. That is why it doesn't come out very often on Sunday. It comes out on occasion, because it entails a lot of rituals.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question? Is it safe to say that the golden stool is a similar maybe not look-alike, but it have the similar understanding as the Ark of the Covenant, what most Rastas and Christians know as the Ark of the Covenant, is it?
In fact, that is how some people compare. That is the what people compare it to.
Okay. Is it fair comparison? No.
No, it has some bells around it. I think about 6 or 8 bells around it, and it's not put on the floor. It has its own chair, and it's kept. And on special occasions, the Asantewaa will go to the stool to do libation, because that's a calendar of rituals, very lengthy calendar of rituals.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see Najam. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. You have your hand up.
Hi. Hello, everyone. I like this great discussion. I had two parts. One of them you did just answer. I was going to ask about the Ark of the Covenant. It's very similar. But what I really want to understand, even if they had taken, just for instance, if they did take the original ancestral stool, now wouldn't that be like a repercussion anyways within the power, within their hands of the British rule, even if they did have that, the repercussion of that? Because if it doesn't even belong to them, it's almost maybe similar like the Ark of the Covenant, even to hold something that does not belong to you, what would have been the repercussion? Because even to have like a replica, isn't it still in somewhat damaging?
As it is with all faith-based religions, faith is very strong. So when people put their faith in something, it gives them a new meaning. It's not the same as somebody who is faithless and is in possession of an object. To a faithful person who has the object, the meaning is different. And the spiritual inclination is higher. For somebody who doesn't, it means nothing. So you could have it and it may mean nothing. But for the faithful, it means so much. So having the reason, one other reason the British were bent on having the stool was they had 9 walls with the Ashantis. They fought on technically 5 walls. And the first 3 of the walls were very difficult for them. So they came to believe in the spirit of the golden stool, because the typical Ashantis believe in the golden stool was that it was the golden stool that will lead the army to victory. So after losing a couple of the early wars, the British themselves came to believe in the spirit of the golden stool, at least in the context in which Ashantis believed in it. So they thought the ability to seize the stool or to capture the stool will aid their war effort. So at all costs, they were interested, and they put in so many measures to eventually get the stool.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Emma.
Oh, thank you so much, Brother Ivor. I'm struggling here a little bit. I don't know if you can see there's a headache coming on when I'm listening to all that's being said. And it's the whole thing about the channeling. I don't know how many of you, in the chat actually know what channeling is, because the whole of this book is just the message that was channeled through me from Okomfo Anokwe, who brought down the golden stool, and Asantewaa, who was the one who went to war with the British to bring, to defeat to avenge the audacity of the British. And I'm. Have
you got some water?
Yes, I got some water. I'm holding down my tongue because I want to share some of the things with you before, if anything comes through this time. Because for me to have gotten to this message in the first place, remember at the beginning, I don't know if most of you were right at the beginning, and I was saying that I had a wake-up call health-wise, and for 7 years, I was not well. And as Bayyinah Bello said, we need to create silences. Well, I was forced to be silent for a long time. And that was the time when my spiritual growth took place, And I was nurtured by so many people that I met synchronistically, and so many things came across my path. But I'm sitting right at the desk where this message came. And let me just tell you how it came about. Before I do that, thank you, Ivor. Thank you so much. And you are part of that, the family. And there were a few things that you said that my dreams and the message sort of counteract. But anyway, that's another story. But I was sitting here because I was looking for books that actually told Asantewa's story. And all I got from the books that I got, I think I got my hands on about 4 or 5. And they were talking about the glory of the men, you know, the war strategies and the battle and this, that, and the other. And I thought, yes, but where is Asantewa? You know, you've got the book with a big title, Asantewa, the Two Queens, and yet there's like 5 pages actually telling about her. So I wanted to find out. So I got into the, you know, mode. If I take deep breaths, as soon as I take a few deep breaths and I calm myself and I have the intention of connecting, then the voices come through. And I was sitting here and I took a deep breath and I said, well, I can't find it. And I talked just like, you know, I can't find anything about you in the books. And, you know, everybody keeps talking about Asantewaa and the whole world, you know, there are sisters over in the diaspora and, you know, who call themselves Asantewaa because of the, you know, fierceness of this woman and the, you know, Nanny of the Maroon kind of energy. And I said, but I'm not seeing anything written down. So what's happened? And as I took my last breath, my head went down and I became very quiet and my whole body just changed and my voice changed. And this voice started, you know, I started talking. And the thing with this is that as soon as they start talking, it comes out in Twi, which is my mother tongue. And goodness me, I've been here 50 something years, but I still maintain my mother tongue Twi. And she came through and she was saying, oh, is this how the world is? What? It was like she was looking through my eyes. And then as she started talking, boom, another voice came through and it was a very deep voice. And it said, this is Okomfo Anokwe. And my whole body just ring. And I was, I don't know how to explain it to you, but I was still saying, well, but hold on, you know, this is a confidant. I'm still trying to get through to Asantewaa. You've not written about her, and I'm trying to get to her to get her story, and still we get. But Okomfo Anokwe came through, and he was livid, and he was saying, you Ashanti kingdom, you braves, you kings, you have got to get the stool back. You've got to get the golden stool back. This is our soul. This is what is important to us. If a king is not crowned with the Ashanti stool, then there is no soul. There is no Ashanti kingdom. You've got to get it back. And you know, I'll read you a piece soon. And he was just, you know, ranting and raving, and my voice, I mean, my voice just, he was here. Monkofa asese gwanamra. Monim nienti ayede mamo. Monkofa asese gwanamra. Meka chire mu se, monkofa asese gwanamra. Mukofa ba. Yebe chire mu ni amobeye. Briefly translated, go and get the golden stool. When you bring the golden stool, we will let you know what to do next. His voice just came, and when he finished, when he settled down, he left, and I just had to go and lie down. And when I got up again, I came back and I was determined, you know, I was determined to get to Nana Ya Asantewaa. So I started breathing again, and immediately she came through. And she brought the message, and she explained the fact that the men, these braves, were just sitting around, not taking, you know, they had been insulted by this man who wanted the stool for their queen. You know, it's like, you know, how dare they come into our land and say this? So she stood up. Now, I'm going to read because I really need to keep. I'm going to read the beginning when it came. So when this message came through in Tree, it came to about 18 pages. And I taught myself how to read and write Tree. We weren't taught at school. So I wrote this 18-page thing, and then I sat on it for months because there was nowhere I could take it. I couldn't take it. I didn't think anybody would believe me that I channeled this, that this voice came through me, because I was still quite new to the whole business of the spiritual dimension of our being, of our lives, and how things manifest in this world. It's not everything that we see or hear. And after a few months, I managed to contact. I came across Nefertiti Ife and Menelik Shabazz, and she does channeling. And so I took the message and I recorded it. This is the other thing. I recorded it. And so I took it to them. And I said, well, it's in Tree. So I took it to them and I played it for them to listen, because it was the voice, the way the voice changed, and just the power of what was being said. And they got it straight away. So I thought, oh, so there are people who understand this. So then I came home, and it took me weeks to transcribe it from Tree into English. And then I found, I came across Dr. Kofi Bemper, who has written a book about the Akan traditional religion, and asked him to look over it and to see whether it bears a resemblance to something that may be true. And he gave it his blessing. And so I translated it into English and sat on it for a while. And then it was like, you have to share this. And would you believe the person who told me that I couldn't just sit on it and just be giving it to people piecemeal, was Ayikwe Ama, the writer, the author, who had written 2000 Seasons and The Healers. And he said, Ama, well, if you really truly believe that this is a message and you want to share it, then even if it's 10 people who read it or 1,000 people who read it, at least you're spreading the word and the message is being heard. So that's what, at long last, I have done. On page 14, it says, it is I, Okomfo Anokwe speaking. Wake up, you braves, wake up and do what you need to do and sort out our nation, reinstate this nation, this my beloved nation. You must wake up and rebuild this nation. Go and retrieve our golden stool, and go and get back our golden stool. It is that which gives you authority. It is your source of power. And stop your foolish ways. Stop prevaricating. Rise up. Go and get back the golden stool. It is not white men who are going to rule over us, and neither is it for those who follow after them to come and rule us. It is we ourselves. It is our own authority that rules us. Stop playing games and wake up. Rise up. So that's what he had to say. Now, when it came to, yes, I'm just going to read you a piece. When Nana Asantewaa was speaking. She says, I went to war because the white men were coming. They just rush here like this land is for them. When they advance, there is no stemming the flow, as if all that lies before them belongs to them. They just take things with little or no regard. They are not aware that what God has created is for all of us. They just come and take. Oops. And you idiots, just sit there instead of getting up to safeguard our my eyes are going. Our property. You just allow things to be taken. You just let go. You don't take any responsibilities for the things that belong to us. And you let them take it away. No, 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 no. I cannot force myself to watch this. Never. I cannot sit and watch this happen before my very eyes. So I got up. I got up. The task is arduous. It is difficult. It is hard. I stood up. I stood up and took the gun and the machete and strapped them to my body. We walked and walked. We walked. This is our forest, our land, our bush. We are the ones who know its stories. We are the ones who know the bush. We know the animals that dwell there. We know the trees that stand there. We know the food that is there. I get up. Now, I see you're not doing anything. Me, a nursing mother. I am not meant to go to war. I am meant to stay in the house. But instead, I see stupid things going on around me. So I stood up. Solid like a rock. I stood up. I'm sorry, folks. My eyes are just, I can't see to read anymore. But the message was that the golden stool needed to be found and brought back to the Ashanti kingdom. Now, when I got this message I think, like Bayyinah Bello said, when she had her dream, it was a command to go and do something. I did not know where to begin, but I knew that I had to take this message to Ghana. So I went, and I went, first of all, to try and do some research to find out where Okomfo Anokwe is. And he was in Awukugwa, in the hills of Akuapem, which is where I'm from. And I went to the elders there, and they received me very well. Because when I sat down, and I was given I went to the house, Okomfo Anokwe's house. And when I sat down, they had their stools, their ancestral stools there, and they gave me one to sit down. And as soon as I sat down, the voice just came out, and I just spoke, and I just told them what the message was. And I said, I need to go and see the Asantewaa and tell him this message. Now, that might have been naive, sometimes fools rush in where wise men fear to tread, but it was like I had this task that I had to accomplish. And they listened to me, and they said, yes, we've heard you, but there is, the protocols. We have to first contact the Ochiam, the spokesman, the linguist, and then they take it to council. And do you know, it took 3-4 years before a letter got to the king of Ashanti, the Asantewaa in Kumasi.
Wow.
So I've been on this. Every time I go to Ghana, I go and see them. But then I started, looking at the lineage, and I found out, and my father had done a family tree. And as I was looking and I was talking, and that time my sister was with me, it turns out that I am linked to the house in Awukugwa. And so I said, okay, so Okomfo Anokwe is somebody that I need to research also. But I wanted to find out more about Nana Asantewaa. So I also went to Kumasi, and my research unearthed the fact that there is Asantewaa II, who is in Ejisu. So I went to visit her, and we spoke. Some of the things she said I was able to record, but most of it I wasn't able to record. And she was telling me about all the things that she knew, that she had been told. And she was a reluctant queen because she was living her life, I think, in the States, and she's in lineage, and so she's come and she's been enthroned. So she's now based in Ejisu. Now, the work that she is doing is trying to help young girls, sort of build up their self-esteem, and to find, especially those who have had children young or didn't go to school, finish school, so they haven't got any occupation to make money. So she's helping them. I found out that there's a foundation being set up, and that is where our second speaker, if she was able to join us today, Sewa, she is the public relations officer for that foundation being set up. And it's being set up especially to help, it seeks to build women's personality, it says, to build their character, because they're using the spirit of Nana Asantewaa as a way to actually inspire these girls and women to stand up and sort of be more forthright or be able to really pursue their dreams, and to hold steadfast as to what it is they want to do in this kind of patriarchal setting, so that they find their voice and they find a way to achieve a better life for themselves. So lots of different things have been happening that bring me to the spirit of Nanaya Asantewaa. And for some reason, I thought that Okomfo Anokwe and Nanaya were in the same period, only to find out recently, I say recently, a couple of years ago, that there's 400 years between them. And yet when the message came, and although I was sitting at this desk, it felt like I was sitting there in the circle of the both of them talking and delivering this message. And it was fresh, like, they're telling us today to wake up and go and seek out the things that belong to us. We have to be strong. We have to be courageous. We have to, do or die. And when I heard Mama Bayyinah say that the mothers took their own babies to put in the cannon, it just shows you how far we need to step up in order to achieve our own freedom and liberty. My part in doing sharing this message with the book is to say that there are an awful lot of things that we don't know about. There's an awful lot of secrets, and even now, my mouth. There are things like I want to say that are not coming out, and Sewa was even telling me that Ejisu, where the narrative is that is where the Queen Mother, Nanaya Asantewaa, was based, is not really where she hailed from. There's another place called Besiase, and Sewa was there last week, and she was filming the buildings, the spaces that Nana Asantewaa was using, because she herself was an Okomfo. I didn't realize that until 2 weeks ago. She was a priestess. So her preparation to go to war wasn't just strapping the gun to her breast and taking up the machete. There was a whole lot of spiritual preparation that she took on. I've even got the story that she went up to northern Ghana to get help. And the bravery that she displayed in actually getting these men behind her, this army, and inspiring them to go to war, is what I am searching to find, to put into just simple language for maybe our children, the girls and women at large. And strangely enough, most of my life has been around education and women's issues, women finding their voice. This system that we're in, where the men, excuse any of the men who are present, where the men have been, quote unquote, ruling, or the few have been ruling over us and telling the lies that have confused us, so that we think that we don't have anything of worth, or that we haven't got anything to contribute to the world. This has to change. And I'm always saddened when I'm in Ghana and I ask, the school children, I think it's changing now, if they know about Nana Ya Asantewaa, they say, well, yeah, she went to war with Queen Victoria and that's about it. But, part of my search, I went to Elmina Castle, and that was a place where she was kept for a few months before she was sent off to the Seychelles. And a great realization that so many Ghanaians in Ghana have not even set foot in Elmina Castle. And so many of them are not even aware of the exact horror of the slave trade. They were not taught in school, and all these castles up and down the coastline, they, see them as buildings, but they didn't understand what it signified. And I went in, there was lucky enough, it was a very quiet day. So there were only a handful of people touring. So we had a thorough tour of the place. And when I stood by the door of where Nana Ya Asantewaa was, and the fact that she, in her own country, a queen mother, was kept prisoner and then taken and put into exile. I mean, if you've looked at the map of Africa and where Seychelles is, it shows you just the determination to move everything out of the way so that the British could carry on with their conquest. The books do not do justice to Nana Ya Asantewaa. And when I'm reading it, I really have to hold myself, people, it's a very emotional thing for me right now. When I'm reading those books and they're telling things like, oh, Nana Ya Asantewaa forsook her traditional religion and became Christian, my throat goes, I'm shouting at the book and I'm saying, no way did she betray no way did she betray her kingdom. She stood up strong. She died in 1920. My grandfather was alive then. So this story isn't something that is far away. Our ancestors are close. They are close. They may be in our lineage many years ago, but they are close and they are asking us to keep vigilant and look out for their signs so that we can hear them and the messages that they are sending to us. We need to keep quiet. We need, this is a message. We need to meditate. We need to elevate ourselves, enrich ourselves in our spiritual wealth so that we can be shown the way to solve our problems. Mama Bayyinah Bello gave us 2 words. I wrote it down. Where did I write it down? Trust and obey. Our modern life, whether we are women or men, find it difficult to obey. We are finding it very difficult to trust each other. If we do not open ourselves to trust in what the ancestors are trying to bring to us, and then obey their messages, their demands, their commands to do what we need to do, then we are in great trouble. This is what this little book is about. I can't even go into, how you will get it, but thankfully, Auntie Jean is giving the platform, giving me the opportunity to come to a platform again where I will do the nuts and bolts of how to get the book and everything else. But today it felt very much like I needed to share with you this message of wake up, Africans, wake up, women, wake up and show your men what needs doing. Wake up, Africans, and find your spiritual selves. Go back into your villages. Your memories contain the answers. There are those who are still alive who remember the stories that were told of old. We have not abandoned the oral tradition, but we need to link up much more strongly so that we can learn from the past, plan now for the future, for our sakes and our children's sake. I will stop there because that's the message. That is the message. Oh.
Shay. Oh, drink some water, Sister Amma. Drink some water.
Asheo.
The message have been received, sis.
We hear you, we hear you, we hear you, we take it on board.
The ancestors love you. Ask for those who love you the most to come to you. Do not be afraid of your dreams. Do not be afraid. We are more powerful. We are more powerful than we can imagine.
Fire.
So stand on your square. This 1 year of so-called pandemic has given us a chance to be at peace with ourselves, to be quiet. Yes, there were hardships, but we were able to sit and think and reflect and think, maybe there is another way. Be assured that the ancestors are with you and they will meet you halfway. You have to do your own work too. But they are there, listening and watching and ready.
So, really, tonight, I know Galactic has a question, and I'll come back to you in a moment, Galactic. So I know you have a question for Amma. But we've been rejoined with Bayyinah, and together, these two women are telling us to get the message from our mothers, to get the message from our ancestors. There are things they want us to know. They both have experience of that. They have lived it. And there may be things that every single one of us in one way, vision, dream, out of the blue you say something, out of the blue you see something, some kind of something. There's a message, there is something they want us to know. Take notice, 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 notice. Take away from tonight, whatever time you came in was the right time for you. There's a word, there's a look, there's a story. There's something that these two women, these elders, have given of themselves tonight, that it is our responsibility to activate within ourselves to make the difference in our own lives for the benefit of the collective. I'm really striking that chord. That's why this platform was created. The mothers want this to happen. We called them and they've come and they're there to state it, and I'm speaking it with reality. Because it's not a joke and you don't understand. We are in our power. They are fearing. They are trembling. We can only get stronger. And that invisible, the 400 years between Asantewaa and Okomfo Anokwe, and in the invisibility moment, Ama in this time got them both together. There's no time definition. There's no time spot. It doesn't exist in the invisible world. It's constant present time. In Ifa, we don't say present time because present time never stands still. It's always moving. It's already gone. I've just said the word gone and it's already gone. We've already moved on from what I said 2 minutes ago. There's already a difference. Our heart has already beaten however many times. We've taken however many breaths. It's already different. Let's go to the invisible world. Then we can be invisible to them. They can't see what we are doing. Let us stop being all up in their stuff. I'm going to stop now because I just wanted the two women that are here present with us, and I want us really all, unmic yourselves, unmute yourselves, make noise, send the messages, send things, because I know Bayyinah has to go. But together, let us celebrate them and celebrate the women that they have been in contact with. Go, 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 everybody, make noise.
Collective's got a question.
Yeah, before Bayyinah goes, I wanted to talk about the connection, that story in connection with Akanfanachi and Hayti.
Okay.
Can I speak, please?
Yes, please go ahead, Clyde.
Connection. Well, one of my teacher, who's the name of Anthony Andau from Ghana, he passed now, elder, herbalist. Yeah, okay. He taught us when I was living in the United States that Akanfanachi, because I first learned about Akanfanachi from him, and he talks about Akanfanachi leave Ghana in a boat and head to Haiti. I don't know if you're familiar with the story, Ama, or Bayyinah, which is connecting the whole message between the two sisters, the two elders tonight. Because Akanfanachi, he said, leave Ghana and went to Haiti. And it's in his video document. I'm going to have to look for the video document on that story about the Akanfanachi, and he taught us about the spiritual nature of Akanfanachi.
Okay. Bayyinah, is there any stories about a priest arriving from Africa in Haiti or anything like that?
You're muted.
Yes, excuse me. Yes, there are several of them.
Ooh.
And, I would have to know more to know, but there are. In fact, the first person to establish a printing shop in Haiti is a man who came from Sudan, an African. He heard about us, and it took him something like 7 years to arrive in Haiti. So, but there were quite a few people who, after independence, came to Haiti, and several of them were in the tradition. Yes.
Well, Okomfo Anokwe is actually even would have been during the enslavement era, almost at that time. If people arrived from West Africa to Haiti, something like 400 years ago, 1600s, something like that.
But then the name would not be, we might not know him under that name.
Yes.
You know, soon as he lands, they would give him a name. That's part of the creating the confusion in us. So,
okay.
But if we work, we can still do it. We can still do a lot of things. You know, even though they would take our families, sell one sister in Puerto Rico, one brother in the US, one in Jamaica, another one in Haiti. If we do the work, we can reconnect. So we have to work.
I think maybe another conversation with Okomfo Anokwe.
Yes, well, yes, because Okomfo Anokwe, there are many stories, and sometimes they run into, they say that there is a myth, but then when you start, joining the dots, there's more there.
Every story where we are victorious is a myth. That's the first thing they say to eliminate it. So they could say what they want. Their mouth belongs to them. What we have to worry about is what comes out of our mouth.
Yes, yeah. And the other confusion I used to have as well was the fact that Nani of the Maroon comes before Nana Asantewaa.
That's right. And several but then all Nani of the Maroon in Jamaica, Nani and Kojo, they are from Ghana. They originate from Ghana. So a lot of what, and Nani was a high priestess. She didn't play. Okay, so you see, but part of the what we have to hold on to whatever we have, and then look for one more piece. That's the recipe that I can give. See, many of us might be saying, okay, well, I don't know. I was blessed. It took me 29 years to work up to 7 generations. And it was hard work. But I got back to, on the 4 generations from me, on my father's side, we are from Dahomey. And my great-grandfather is Mason Kwashi, the 3rd son of his mother. And the Kwashis are judges. On my mother's side, we have, more. Anyway, I won't go into all of this. But the thing is that it took me 27 years to get up to the 7th. And there was one element. There was a Bello that came from Togo. And I could never, it didn't make sense. Everybody is from Benin. Togo didn't exist at this time, blah, blah, blah. I'm still, but when I spent 8 years in Togo, we searched, never came across a Bello in Togo. But 2 years ago, a friend of mine who's 103 years old, he found the Bello village near Aneho in Togo.
Oh.
So we open a whole lot generation. Yes, how are you?
We've got a couple of people that's unmuted, so I don't know if it's questions that they want to ask. Arthur Tomlinson, have you got a question, or is that just by accident you're unmuted?
No, I've stayed unmuted. Sorry, I do apologise. I'm just listening.
Okay, all right. I see the others. I thought it must have been a mistake. All right, Pauline? No, okay.
I was going to ask you, it's wonderful, both your presentations about how we get on that journey of connecting to the ancestors, because it's very difficult. We've got many people in the community offering these courses, and it's just how do we internally create that space that connection, that deep inner connection when we brought up in the Western society, all the noise, all their values. We've been through their schools, their workplaces. It's in our brains. It's in, it's just such a difficult, not difficult, but how do we even start the journey to connect to our ancestors?
Well, I say silence. My own journey started, I told you before, in France. But when I analyzed that period of my life, I was 14, it's true, but I wasn't part of any group doing anything. So I spent a lot of time alone in silence. Then I start getting the dreams and dealing with the dreams and, so I would say the first step is go find that quiet place within you. Silence. We have been conditioned to think that knowledge is in books.
Oh.
Say hi.
Hi.
Hello.
So, yes.
Knowledge is not only in books.
Yes. We've been conditioned to think knowledge is in books. Not true. There is no knowledge in books. In books, you have data, you have information. And you can't do anything with it until it becomes knowledge. Mm-hmm. And only you can transform the data into information and the information into knowledge. So if you're waiting for the book to give you the right recipe, you'll wait for a long time. But if you trust yourself and go into silence knowing that you can know. Remember what I said, spirituality is the vehicle. It's not a thing. It's not a program. It's the vehicle that you get on to travel from the visible to the invisible and go collect information. All the information is out there in the invisible. How do the Dogon know exactly how to map the sky? They have no astro this and topo that, and they don't have any of the equipment. But they know the sky better than anyone on this earth right now. In astronomy, you can't beat the Dogon. How come? But go look at them, go visit the villages where you see how much time they spent in the dark, in silence. So, don't read 1,000 books to know. Just read one, and if maybe in that book, there might be one sentence, there might be 2 sentences that touches something in here. You know that's your sentence. That's what you needed. Grab that and sit down, quiet, silence in the dark. Darkness is another very important thing. See this whole 24-hour light thing? No good for us. Create darkness. Even if everybody has light, you can turn off yours. Create darkness. How did you get on this earth? In your mother's womb. In your mother's womb, no sunshine, no light,
vibration,
darkness and water. And yet you were able to come from a drop of blood to a beautiful human being. That's what you created in your mama's belly without anybody's help. In fact, if mama don't watch out, you're going to grab everything that she's got to construct yourself. She might find herself without missing a lot of stuff at the end of it. Because you in darkness, you are a genius. So take lessons from Mother Nature. Silence and darkness are very important educational tools, not books. If books was it, we would have trees that give us books. We'd go pick up the books from the trees. Books are people's opinions. You could get something out of it, but it's not going to teach you what you need to know. But inside each book, you might have a paragraph that's good for you, that's useful to you. Look for that one paragraph that's yours. Grab it and go with it. Do your own construction of yourself.
Ma, can I just... Sorry, I'm just going to encapsulate a little bit. You said go into silence, going into silence, knowing that you can know. So in a sense, going into that space, it's not just I'm closing my eyes and staring into nothing. That's one way. But if you're going in and giving yourself the idea that you are going into silence, knowing that you can know. So give that to yourself going into that silent space.
Trust yourself.
Yeah, sorry, Ma.
That's it. Just trust. Trust. Again, it's trust. Going into that space with trust. If I don't trust Bayyinah, I can't go into darkness with her. I'll be afraid.
Ama, please.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just going to add that for some of us as adults, we have been so layered over with such an indoctrination that we can't find our way. Was it you can't see the wood for the trees, or you can't see the
can't see the wood for the trees.
Yes. Yeah. But I would turn to us actually looking out for the children, because as they come out of the womb, they are still connected in a stronger way than we are as adults. So, until they say, until they're about 7, when they're still, receiving these things. When they turn around, as adults, be mindful when they say, oh, I have a friend, an invisible friend. Don't, disregard it. Listen to that story. And maybe that is, a little one coming on the path of knowing things from the womb and from the ancestors, and us to nurture them so that by the time they are adult, they would be a lot farther ahead than most of us. Because I know that, as I said, my aunts tell me, when you were a child, you used to tell us all these stories of where you've been, and they made it seem as though it was a story. I know that I experienced these spaces and the time that I spent in those spaces. I know I was there. And that's what caught up with me as I got older and returned when I was, unpacking all this stuff that had been put into, into me through education and religion and everything else. I was making my way back into that silent space, into that darkness, to actually learn to receive the messages. So look out for the children and help them come up a better way than
Very true.
We have.
Ma Bayyinah, I'm conscious that we've taken quite a bit of your time, and we've gone over our time with Garvey, with them.
Sorry. No, you're okay. You're okay. You haven't quite gone over the time yet.
Okay. And I'm conscious that things are around. So appreciate if you have to leave. And again, everyone, let us again unmute and give thanks to Ma Bayyinah.
But before, could we have last words from
yes,
Queen Bayyinah before she goes, please?
Thank you. Thank you very, very, very much. Thanks for you. Please don't hesitate. Trust yourself and obey. Whatever you receive as message, obey.
Give thanks. Ashe. Oh.
Thank you very much.
Give thanks.
Be blessed and be successful.
Give thanks.
Give
thanks. Give thanks.
Give thanks. Give thanks. Ashe.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mabea.
She's gone now. She has actually gone. But Ama, you're somebody that is with us here, and you've been on your own journey in accepting the channeling ability and allowed that to come through. And for people that perhaps feel like they do have something to say, or that something is coming and they don't want to say, or they're feeling a little bit embarrassed, or any of those things, what can you say about that in terms of ultimately what does that feel like, in a sense, after or before, or is it a stress thing,
I think we all have our purpose. I mean, as I got into this, the other side of my being present on this planet, it was like we all come with a purpose. It's just that once we're born, we forget it, and then we spend our lifetime searching for it. For my personal thing, it was almost like, as a child, I went through certain things, and I know that they were real for me. Like, grew up and went through my life with, work and raising children and career and everything else. It was like, another part of my life. And then it was always a matter, something kept niggling and saying, there's unfinished business, something you haven't quite done, before you say bye-bye to this world and, shed off these mortal coils. There's something you haven't done. And I think the ancestors were sort of screaming and shouting at me, but I wasn't hearing. I was just focused on community work. There's nothing more. But then when I was forced to stand still, and a lot of people I've come across who have discovered their spiritual talents, or they're awakened to their spiritual side, they always say, something happened to me. It was something to do with the health, something to do, I had an accident and boom, something just, a light was switched on, or, I met somebody and they gave me a book or a card, or they said something, and it just turned me around. And once you open up to that, what's the word? I don't want to use the word woohoo, but once you open up to the fact that there is more to this world than meets the eye, and you also know deep in you that whatever you want to do is right, you get an energy, and you get moments when things just begin to fall into your path that help you along the way, things that allow you to know that, oh, crumbs, oh, I didn't know, this was connected to this. And all of a sudden, the dots begin to join up for you. The jigsaw puzzle begins to take on a shape. And we are only afraid because of the veneer of what society has done to us, and unfortunately, sometimes the work that needs to be done to free ourselves as people of African descent is on the pain of death. A lot of, the Lumumbas and the, Malcolm X's and the, the Steve Bikos, a lot of them, died young. Sankara, they died young because they came into their purpose. They were not afraid, because once you awake to this and you know that divine is with you. You know that the ancestors are with you. I mean, I feel I'm in the house and I can be alone in this house, in this big house, and it feels like it's overflowing with energy, these ancestors. There's no need to be afraid. And you find others who are on, who have also come to that realization, and you give, you can support each other. And I don't know if I'm answering your question, but it's if there's anything more specific that you want to me to give, it's to do with the fact that once you reach a stage, you can no longer be afraid. When I said I wanted to go and see the Asantewaa and tell him that he needs to go and find the golden stool, the little girl, the little Ama in me was prepared to go to Kumasi and think that I could walk into the palace and talk to the Asantewaa. That was the kind of energy that the ancestors gave me. That was the kind of, to me, I don't know the word in English, courage they gave me. And, it's not easy doing these things, but trying to get money to buy a plane ticket to go visit a country because you've got a lead there, that's not easy. But things happen. You'd be amazed at how things just fall into place, and you are able to take a step forward. And the more things are revealed to you, and you get positive feedback, so to speak, the more you have the audacity, the authority to move forward with things. So there isn't, there's no need to be afraid. The ancestors, oh my gosh, the ancestors are right beside you. They're right behind you. They're right on top of you. They have formed a circle around you. You just need to tune in and tell them what it is you want to do, what it is you want to find out. Go within and you'll find the words. The questions that you find difficult, you've read, the 100 books or the 1,000 books, and you still can't formulate the question. If you go deep within, you will find the right question. And when you ask that question with that intention, with that love, with that commitment, with that trust, you will get the answer. And when you get it, you will obey. If you're true to your character, true to your nature, you will obey it.
Ashe.
So what I would say is that both these women went to a leader with a message from the invisible world. That's just something to note. And they went with confidence. That trust equaled confidence, self-esteem, and as Amma said, courage. And it came through. So what we have to understand about the nature of energy, by going into that invisible world with those ones, they both came away filled with the chi, the energy, the battery source, the electricity, the fuel, the spiritual fuel. It's actually a tangible fuel that drove them all the way there to be able even to meet who they were going to meet. Remember, Bayyinah said she got a message from Dessalines that they were supposed to bring some people from outside of London for that event. She didn't know how it was going to happen. She didn't have the money to bring anybody over. But in the end, she made a phone call. And Professor James Small said, yes, he's coming. He'll pay for himself. So they don't tell us what we can't do. They tell us what we can do. That's also the trust. Don't tell me I can't climb the Eiffel Tower. I don't know how to do that. You can do that for about 5 minutes. Oh my God, I don't know what to do. And then you have to take a deep breath and go, oh, I just have to take the next step. And then make a phone call and it resonates with someone else. Or you go outside and you see something that you as the creator bring that element out of yourself, because it's everybody, every single cell has been here from time immemorial. It just keeps recreating when the sperm and the egg come together. So this is the mystery of us, that they can't reach. It's so powerful. I've done sales. And if it's one thing you have to do is be confident. And it's actually quite mad because you're doing the same thing all the time, expecting a different result, because most people are going to say no, they don't want to buy a page in a book to advertise. And you keep doing it until someone says they're going to do it. And then one day I decided that on business, I have to make some money. And I'm going to talk to this one that produces the turkey what's it. And this was for pregnant women. That was something that would be ideal for them. They could eat turkey. And in business. And they've got a gatekeeper. The PA. I talked to the PA in a way that she's going to put me through to the boss. And I spoke to the CEO, the one who ultimately makes the ultimate decision, because everybody else is a manager. All they do is have to spend the money in a particular way. That man can write a check anyhow, because why? He's got a bird's eye view of his business. The rest just have to function. And I'm talking to him conceptually. Yes, I got a £60,000 deal. But it was a journey, but I had to go into what? What did Bayyinah say? The mindset. And I'm just using sales as a very mundane thing because you have to rise to it every time. Well, we have to rise to ourselves every time. And in fact, the morning prayer for Ori is... I wake up every morning. The morning prayer for Ori, to wake up early morning and give destiny its due, divined for the person who is meeting with luck. Oh, it is I who gives destiny its due on my waking in the morning. Therefore, it is I who is meeting with luck today and tomorrow, which means all my life. When you wake up, you are in your destiny. You are in it every time. And as Amma said, you are surrounded by a power force battery that says we are here with you, and all you have to do is call them. All you have to do is actually go into silence and say, I don't know you. I'm just going to stay quiet. I don't know how you're going to come through, but I'm choosing to know that I can know. That already is a shift in your consciousness because you have worded it in that way. It is that fine. That is the mystery. So those of you who have been here for the entire session or wherever point you came in, there is something you're supposed to take away today. If you haven't got it yet, get it now. Make a choice. Even if you can't decide, I don't know whether it's what Amma said, or what Bayyinah said, or what Galactic said, or what Jean said, or what somebody else, or when Narima, she spoke, and when Kashani said, no. Just go, what am I going to take away from today? What am I going to take away? Just choose something, anything, and it will be the right thing. We've still got a few minutes, probably, Jean. I know we're about to close. Yeah. If there's comments from others, really welcome other voices, because we are here in the collective together.
Everybody got any questions?
One of the things I was going to suggest as well is do your family tree, trace yourself, and get to know who you are. Just that alone. And my father, I was lucky enough for him to go back as far as 1700s to give me names. And in fact, the book I've got, my name in the book, on the book, is Ama Asantewaa. And it's not just plucked out of nowhere. My name is Ama. I was born on a Saturday from the Akan people of Ghana. And Asantewaa is in my lineage. In fact, it's my half-sister's middle name. So I took that and put it together. And Ama is spelt with double M because that's how it should be spelt.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Ashe.
Has anybody got anything to say? I see your daughter is smiling proudly there. That's truly magical. I mean, I didn't realize that day when we did the unfettering, that was the first time you actually met with Kasheni, because that was my first time I met with Kasheni as well. So there's a group of us who met on that day. And it was a spiritual experience,
to say the least.
So, yes, it was. The signs that we got was absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah,
it just blew me away.
So,
yeah,
deep.
Absolutely. Anybody got any questions?
If nobody have a question, I would like to ask Amma a question, and I can.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you're familiar with the book, The Akan, the other African Sirius star system, and the connection with the Sirius star system and the Akan people.
No.
Okay,
another lead.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. Because I read it and it's really amazing, the connection with because when we hear the story of the Sirius star system, we only think about the Dogons.
Yes.
But there are many African different groups or tribes or that have that connection that is similar to what we know as the Dogon star system, Dogon connection with the star system. And the book, the Akan, and I recommend it for everybody, the Akan, the other African star, Sirius star system, because it talks about some of the powerful ceremonies and ritual that takes place that don't see the light of day in terms of what we in the West and would have any knowledge of in connection to the spiritual influence, But Amma, I really thank you for bringing your information to our attention. The importance of channeling is one area that a lot of people are not realizing, because I had to come to realize that I write poetry, but most time when I'm writing, I'm actually channeling. I had to realize that because it comes and goes, and sometimes it comes and sometimes I need to write. And so many of us may channel in different way. People think of channeling is just you sit down and the spirit just start to, and you're talking in another language. There's the many forms of channeling. Even going on the train or going on the bus, you could be channeling a message that tell you, don't go there, go this way, or don't turn here, turn that way. There's many forms of channeling because the ancestral spirit are within us. Our ancestral lineage are us. And it's so important. I came across the book, which I hope I'm not taking the time, another book about the spiritual significance of the Zimbabwe revolution and this guns and rain. And in that book, it goes into so much connection and the role that the ancestors played in liberation struggle in Zimbabwe. Because most of the things that we get to hear, we think that it's something to do with the Chinese influence or the Russian giving them arms. But no, the role the ancestor plays is so amazing. And anybody who have any question or any doubt of the influence of the ancestors, I recommend that they read the book Guns and Rain. So the children.
Could you repeat that?
Thanks. Guns and Rain is the name of the book.
Oh, Guns and Rain.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, even in the message from Nanaya Asantewaa, she's saying, you know, we're ancient ones. We came from, you know, the land that you call Egypt. We were there. We spread all across to West Africa to the farthest ends. We also went south. So we spread out. So the message, I mean, there's, as I said, the time and the space and the actions that took place is timeless. And so, so many of us just need to just meditate on how we, going in, and also not always believe what you are told about your history. Don't believe everything that you're told about your history.
Oh, please, hello. Hi, my name is Tatiana. I'll just put my video on. Hi. I just want to know, first of all, thank you for this. Thank you. I'm really here. I don't know how, but actually it's, I mean, I'm taking a lot away from this session, and yeah, it's like all the information, everything that has been said here is just for me. So I just wanted to know, how can I get the recording? How can I get the recording, the tape, like this, the session? I want a copy so I can maybe share it, post it. Is it okay? I know the video is on, and some like image. The image is actually, I mean, some people have put videos on, and if I share it, I mean, is it okay?
Okay, so this as a platform, this is actually the first time that we have placed this platform on Black Culture Radio, and also recorded it. So it's been very much a space where people are absolutely free without feeling that, oh, what I'm saying is being recorded. But the reason we recorded this one was because we had these two elders, which is a unique position that we had, and it was really important to archive this experience because we think it's suitable and appropriate for the next generations and for others to have that available. I think I don't want to make a decision about that now, and it has been recorded, and as I stand now, and I'm not sure what Jean would say, I'm sort of okay about it, but then I would speak to Ama and to Ma Bayyinah as well, and just get their go ahead. Because as I say, this is something that we don't normally do on this particular platform, but we really chose to do it this time. And I think it was good that we did that. And I think it's good that other people can have access to it. I just want to do a little bit of protocol first going forward. But if you put your email in the chat, then I'm very happy to come back to you and let you know. And hopefully it will be an MP4 that you will be able to receive, I guess. We didn't put it on Facebook, mainly because Facebook is way too open for people of no color to actually access it. And so we have to have boundaries around our discussion and what we are doing. And while Facebook is a great way of it being stored and people can see it again, but it just means the rest of the world can see it. And I think the experience that we've had tonight is not for all eyes. It is for specific, it is for people in the collective that know how to handle it and that can be empowered by it, who are us. And I personally, that's where I drill down to in terms of this work now, and who we are and what we do with our history. and our knowledge. Because you see, somebody brought up the film about Queen Marie-Louise. Now, between us here, it's probably going to be on the recording. That is a non-African person working in a university that's wealth of research about Black women in the struggle. Excuse me. And Bayyinah will tell you there's enough women and people in the US applying for grants and even here to do research, and they're not getting the money, but a white person goes and asks for that money for that same subject, and they are being given the money to do the research. You understand? So that's where we have to take care, because once they do their research on their terms, remember at the beginning of this, I showed Miriam Makeba talking about the white man writing history. And when they start to write our history for us, we are in big, big trouble. We're already in big, big trouble.
Sure.
You understand? So even this little forum, it wasn't a massive, you know, it's deep. And it's talking about things to those of us that can hear it, and that our melanin can be struck by it. But we can't keep doing that and giving it elsewhere. Because they will take that and create a whole program in school. The next thing you know, next year it's a university course taught by white people back to Black people. You understand? We have to stop that. Drink some water, Tatiana. You know, so we just have to take it step by step and really choose to, you know, take it easy. But hopefully both Ama and Bayyinah will be okay about it. And if you do want it and choose to access it, then we also expect you to take responsibility as to who you give it to.
Definitely.
You know, but it's good that you can keep referring to it, because, you know, you can listen to something once and, you know, twice, 3 times you gain a lot more. I'll stop talking. I've spoken quite a lot. Is there others would like to say something? Thank you, Tatiana.
Just gonna sort of like emphasis on the this type of session is not usually recorded or put on Facebook or put on Black Culture Radio. But as I said, this was an exception. It was an exception.
Ashe.
I think it's time. So I'll just say that where we are now, the changes taking place on a universal level, it's really important that women do actually come together and share thoughts, ideas, views, opinion, experiences, the whole lot, in terms of leaving a legacy for future generations, despite what they, you know, the 1% intend to do to the 99%. We still need to document our heritage, our lineage, our concerns, our interests for the next generation. So I appreciate and value you, Ama, Keshanawaa, Auntie Jean, people on the platform tonight, because we've contributed to a historical legacy for us as African people.
Patricia, thank you. Thank you.
Ashe. Yeah. I love that you said that, Patricia,
yes.
Because every single one of us present here is in a moment of history.
Yes.
We're in a vibration, a dynamic of history.
Absolutely.
I've spoken about the astrological side of things. Venus in Gemini, it's going to go into Mercury, which is about communication, and then in a week's time, Mercury is going to go into retrograde. And Galactic is here. He's talked about the Sirius, he's talked about those things that they're relevant to us. It's Boya Day today, Shango Day today, the warriors, the warrior couple, the dynamic couple, the male, female, the Ibeji, the twins. Venus is in Gemini. We've just had issue with, you know, South Africa.
Yes.
And all that's going on there on the same day as the queens are being remembered. the Queen and the Empress on the 8th of May.
Yeah.
So those are markers that our ancestors are also marking, because you know what? They would talk to the planets.
Yeah.
They would tell the planets. You know, you can tell the sun, and the sun will do what you ask. I can personally have experience of that. Direct. I don't care what anybody would say. In my life, I said something to the sun, and the sun responded to me. 100% without a shadow of a doubt. I would stand and hold my hand up to that.
Yeah.
So that communication is two-way.
Yes.
And the power forces and the nature in all the galaxies, in all the universes, as well as the nature of this earth, is part of our family, is part of our collective.
It's part of us.
Thank you.
It's us, actually.
It's us.
Yes, yes.
You know, they're not in the same way as a DNA. We don't do genetic. We don't have to take a something from a cow and put a something in a vaccine and put a bit of rat and a bit of this and a bit of fly and a bit of spider. You understand? Inside something to make us better. And we don't do that to cows and to animals. We don't treat them like that. We don't put chickens in rows and don't let them roam the earth. We don't do that.
Yeah.
And we still get eggs if we want eggs. You know?
Yes.
So anyway, I'm just talking. Other people, any other comments, other points anybody would like to raise, anything at all?
Everybody's quiet.
Oh, this is your moment of silence that everybody's practicing. Silence.
Contemplation.
I will say
taking it straight away.
I will say that it's been absolutely amazing to be part of this group. I'm telling you, you guys don't realise how special you all are. And it's just amazing to be part of it. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur. Thank
you.
Thank you.
Clyde, are you taking on doing people's astrology charts and things like that?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I never stop. I never stop, Keshani.
Okay.
You know, I never stop. And I've actually did a write-up on the swearing in of the king for yesterday, because it's his lineup in terms of this connection with the influence of the planets interesting, because one thing, we're in a blue lunar year under the Mayan system, and he's a yellow lunar star. And the day that he was sworn in was the red lunar serpent. So the energy is much aligned with his energy. So especially because at this time there's some level of opposition that's going on, but he's a person that will be able to balance the scale. Also, when I look at this card, and I know that we're not talking about this subject, but looking at this card, his actually energy that falls on this year is actually the king of clubs, the master of knowledge.
Wow.
Yeah. So there's a lot happening, and just to see that the elders put it out as the ancestral day, and especially because the death of the father and mother and the connection that the ancestral world plays in all of this is quite telling that we're in a different timeline. And I'm connecting that the prophecies of Shaka Zulu / the Sangomas connected to the succession of kings. I think we're right in the line. So it's a very powerful time, and it's so important, especially for the timeline we're at, the importance of the ancestors. Very much so. They come first. They're the library of the spirit world. We can access hundreds of years of information, thousands of years of information via the power of the ancestors. They can take us, they can show us the visual, they can show us the audio, they can take us to all of these things, you know, before television. That's the real television, because they can show us the pictures. They have that, they have the potential. And so that's why some people may fear we reconnecting, because Christianity was supposed to damage us away from really connect with the ancestors. But we know that the Christ story is taken from us, because the Christ is the soul energy within us. Is our true soul. Our soul is the Christ. But that's a different story anyway. Thank you very much.
It's a whole other.
Yeah.
Yes.
When are you going to do people's charts? Because Amma wants hers done.
He's done it before, but
yeah.
I was going to say, I don't know if it's the right moment to say it, but when you're wanting to link with the ancestors and finding, having an altar at home, and I'm sure everybody's been hearing about, building an altar or putting an ancestral altar at home. Start with that simply, and talk to your ancestors, those who've gone before. Talk to them, and remember them. There's a film called Coco. Is it Coco? Coco, which is
Yes, that's the name of it.
Yeah, it's the thing of the Mexicans, the day of the spirit, the day La de Muerto, what do you call it? La Halloween.
Yeah, the Dia de Muertos.
There you are, yeah. And it's an excellent film. It's a cartoon, but it's captivating, and it's good to the fact that we are linked.
What is it
behind
called?
us and in front of us. So
Coco. I mean, Sister Kemet's put it in the chat.
Oh, thank you.
But it's a children's movie.
Yeah, but it's an adult.
Yeah, but a lot of the children's movie are basically for I've got the meanings in it that we should really be watching. So they hide a lot of things in cartoons and hide a lot of things in the children's movies, hoping that we won't actually take it up or watch them, because the messages are there.
Yes.
Clyde, somebody's asked for your contact details to be put in the chat.
Okay, I'll do that. Yeah, thanks.
And Sister Kasheni, because that when we first met, it was about the unfettering.
Yes.
Would you like to speak a bit about the unfettering? Because as I said, that has changed. As I said, as we met, there's a group of us that met for that day for the unfettering, which you did. And yes, we had a lot of spiritual signs, a lot of physical signs that we actually saw to, let us know that we was actually on the right path. Because even when we asked, the sign came.
Yes.
And we was all aghast with amazement.
Yes.
When next are you doing the unfettering? And let people know what unfettering is as well before we go.
Yes. So unfettering is literally the removal of the baptism that comes in at when you're born, and the Christian baptism. So there's a spell that comes with that doesn't belong to us. Whatever it is about Christianity that we can align to our own history, or to Kemet, or to Ethiopia or Sudan, and the concepts of the self within, and the self as the protagonist, and the self savior, all of those things are concepts, all well and good for what they are. I can actually play you something from Dr. Ray Haggins that he was talking about today when he's talking. In fact, I played it just before we started. It was on the Zoom about the dark side to Christianity, and what you have to understand about the West is they went into the thinking aspect. So that why you've got John Calvin, and you've got John Wesley. That's a whole kind of Methodist movement. And then you've got the papacy that moved from, that's what I was trying to remember. There was something, I've just remembered something that Clyde said about ritual. So I'm just going to go to that because I've remembered it. Clyde said about about the rituals and doing those things. Ritual is the most, what's the word? The most... What is the highest level of remembering is through ritual. You see? So the moment, if you're looking to touch base with ancestors and you don't know how to do it from the tradition, the moment you start to pour water, it could almost literally come through your hands. The moment you go into that silence and you make the command that you are knowing that you can know, you've gone into ritual. And you will do what? Remember. Put the member back into place. And that is one of the keenest ways. People that have lost memory, they've got amnesia, all of those things, they can do what is their ritual. And they will remember that, but not the person, not people, but they will remember their personal rituals. You see? And there are people who have had amnesia that will remember not just their own personal, but their grandparents that they've never met. And their mother is saying, but that's what my mum did. How come you know that, but you can't remember this? Because they've done a ritual that the ancestor has done. Our body is a memory. Our cell is a physical memory, is the mystery manifest in memory. So I just thought that's also very useful to engage in. And in terms of unfettering, I'm actually going to be doing a session at the end of this month on Thursday the 27th. And it's done by the sea, and you are literally rejecting the Christian baptism, because the way that they have articulated those words and the spell that they have used with that and the pouring of the water. Remember, water, if you pray into water, it will accept what you say, and when you drink it, it is giving it back to you. That's the science of water. People can go online and look about the ritual of water or spell on water or whatever. You'll see a wealth of things. I think Richard from Alchemist, he does something about water. So you talk into the water. So if you imagine the water that they've put into that church and the agenda of what that church is for us. Forget the white man, forget the Irish man, forget the Greek man. That's not what we're dealing with. We're dealing in how it happened from the 1500s forward and the formulations of the European mind. Remember what I said about sales? Yeah, it's the same thing. It was spin. They're using a tool and they spun it. And because it has vibration and dynamic. You understand? So it's not the Kebra Nagast. Yeah? It's a translated document that's a spell. So when we're going into this baptism now, whoever it is being put on our head. Because we are not sinners when we come to this world.
Innocence.
You understand? We have been through the duat. We have been judged before we come in. Olodumare has said it's okay for us to come in. Our destiny has been accepted because we have chosen our destiny. We don't come in here empty-headed and go with what goes. We know what we've come in to do. We've gone so far as to actually prepare and set specific events. Remember, the invisible world is more powerful than the physical. Remember that. So therefore, what sinner, what, where, what are you talking about? What's sinning? I've been through what I've been through in my life. In the invisible world, the ultimate Almighty has said, yes, come into earth and do what you say you're going to do because you've chosen a destiny, but you've also chosen an energy to guide you to do that. That's how it works with Ifa in a very basic way as I'm describing it. So then what are you going to a font to pour water over your head, being told that you're a sinner, being given a name of who knows what by somebody with their own people on your head, and so you carry that for the rest of your life, and what happens to you then? Now, let's just be clear, our family, our parents didn't do it with that intention. They're on a conveyor belt of spirituality that they can't get off. Yeah, so they're doing what is in their framework to do until they've got the courage and the knowledge to step out of that. I've seen big shot shrines in Africa. Big shot shrines where people go and they go to shrines. It's only just the generation that are now in their early 20s that they're not baptizing them. And these are the chief priests at shrines and giving them Christian names. That is only now stopping. But they are managing a shrine that is old and ancestral, that is 5,000, however many years old. And they were still in that headspace. So that mindset that Maame Bello is talking about is also about that. So if you imagine, you have to release that from yourself and come to your centered spirit self without the encumbrances. And that's what unfettering does in a short way. There's, you know, that's what it does. That's what the ritual is for. And the aim for you is to come to your own mystery. That's what Amma and Jean are talking about, the experience that we had. We all had our own mystery moment. You see, that's personal to you. The mysteries of Ori, that is the divine that sits in Olorun, within Olorun's presence. The sacred invisible world exists in our Ori. You see? Our head. We are the head of the world. That's why the white man, busy being racist, is so ignorant. They're just collateral damage, aren't they, really? They're just collateral damage. They're so busy being racist and beating up and killing us and all this nonsense, but they're just collateral damage. They're just acting out puppetry stuff. Because they're going to get nothing out of it, whatever it is that everybody's chasing, which doesn't exist. Anyway, that's just a brief picture. If you would like to know more, then please put your details in the chat. I'm happy to talk to you about it. And
we've got a question from Sister Patricia.
Yes, carry on.
Just wanted to ask you how long the process takes by the river.
It's by the sea, and it's 1 day.
Oh, by the sea, one day.
It's 1 day. Yeah.
A full day.
A full day, yes.
A
full day. Yeah. Yeah. But you carry on your life after it, you know. But it's a full day in and of itself, yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome, welcome.
But you find changes do come into your life once you have been unfettered.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, well, give thanks, Auntie Jean.
27th, you said the date?
Yeah, the 27th of May, a Thursday. I'm choosing Thursday because come the bank holiday and the weekend, lots of people will be by the sea. So I'm choosing a weekday so that we can have the privacy that we need, which we will have, but it's just more guaranteed on a weekday than it is on a weekend. So there's some really nice outcomes from today. The independent soup. Gosh, I think we should have a moment to have independent soup. Perhaps we should have a collective independent soup sometime in August.
I'm sure we must know somebody from Haiti who can do the independence soup for us.
Absolutely.
Yes, we do.
Who's this? Brother Mario?
Yes.
To make it.
Yes.
There you go.
There you go.
So trust, obey, and know we are in the invisible. We've had the whole Dahomey women that some of us may relate to. Again, Benin, very strong. January the 6th, the Mothers of the Nation Day, and come the US occupation, they totally eradicated it. There's something in that. Why do they want to get rid of the mothers? This platform is about the mothers who have called this. Iyami, our mothers. That's what that means, Iyami. Not witches, not sorcerers. Iyami. They did not want that Mother's Day. The universe, I'm going to say it, is female. Yeah? So, but what is that feminine female? Of course, it has a balance.
Yeah.
But it is a producer of the planets. They come from what? Something.
Darkness.
Out of darkness.
Thank you. Thank you. You see? So there's a whole element there for us to discover even more of for ourselves in relation to this particular area of our lives. Remember what Bayyinah said about Hayti? Ezeli Danto is the spirit of Hayti. Remember last month we spoke about Nyabingi. And the month before that we spoke about Nehanda. Then there are others where I think it's either Mali, Saraunia. That female force of power, of warriorhood, if you like. And of course, Asantewaa, machete and gun. You understand? That spirit of Africa does not go anywhere. And it's not bound because we're in the diaspora by any stretch. Wherever we are, we can have that because we're also in the invisible world. Well, we've got to go and get those tools, not necessarily handle them in manifestation now, in real thing, but bring the power of those and work them. That's also what this is for, and about our heart and mind alignment and what we have to do that. Find out, perhaps one of your silence moments, go in and say to your ancestors, give me something I can do to give me my heart and mind alignment. And when you wake up in the morning or you come out of that silence, perhaps you write it down. Perhaps you accept, you just accept it's gone in on the unconscious perhaps, and then you find yourself in some kind of way. You might resist. It might be your nature to resist, but you have to take a deep breath. That is about your self-control, because you have to manage your emotions, your behaviors. You can't be antagonistic or hostile to it. You have to be in a space of acceptance. You have to be interested in it. You understand? So that is part of our responsibility to manage our own self. That's why we have to know ourselves in relation to the planets, in relation to our health, our genetics. Some people, I don't know what people feel about doing their genetic background. Some people want it, some people don't, you know, but it might give some insight. So it's been a nice, rich session. I really hope people have walked away with something, you know, tangible that you can use, that inspires you, and that these next few months, it's a Venus. Lots of ideas are going to pop. Work with those ideas, that creativity that she brings in the Gemini, and, you know, take care of yourselves, within that too, because she's a love Venus. And now the pandemic is not in the way, there might be a lot of loving that people are looking for, which we all want something of if we've been single. You understand? So take it easy, though.
Just a hug.
Yes, Amma. Yes, Amma.
Just a hug.
Yes, there's a hug, and then there's a hug, isn't it? People may want, you know. But yeah, that's my closure. I just give thanks to the presence of you all, and it's been a good night, a good session, another good session. We give thanks to the mothers. If you have not put your head to the floor, just give thanks and put your head to the floor and say, thank you, Ma. Thank you, mothers, because we invoked them and they came to make this work for us today. Okay. There's that little piece of gold, silver, diamond, iridium that is yours.
Just to say, it's Mother's Day in Jamaica today.
Oh, wow. There you go.
Yeah.
Wow. Another synchronicity.
Yeah.
Yes.
Look at that. Look at that. Wow, wow, wow.
It's Mother's Day in the States as well.
Look at that.
Oh. It's really a symbolic day today.
Yes.
Really symbolic. So we need to look out for the signs in terms of what occurs following on from today.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Brilliant.
Yes. Accept the gifts, people. Every time you get them, smile and say, give thanks.
Yeah.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Ashe, Ashe, Ashe.
Jean, I hand over back to you.
There's nothing much more for me to say, but to thank everybody for joining us this evening. Thank you to our queen. Well, we have two queens. We had two queens in the house, isn't it? Sister Queen Ama Gueye, and also Queen. I always say her name wrong.
Bayyinah Bello.
Bayyinah, for their wisdom and their knowledge and their insight, and as I said, for what we learned today, we can take away with ourselves. You know, as I said, even if it's a little bit, we can take away something, and that little bit will grow. So I give thanks. A big thanks to everybody who's listening on Black Culture Radio, which is the Auntie Jean Zone, on all the W's, blackcultureradio.com. And also a big thank you. I see Galaxy Clyde, you have a quick question? Are you going to say something, or was that a mistake?
Yeah. I just want to add something that is also very significant in connection to what Bayyinah and what the whole talk is about. The importance of the silence is very important. But when we go into the ancestors, it's also, don't go with the full belly. It's always best to be empty. That's when we're full. Very important. Very important.
So we should, after eating, maybe we just leave it an hour or so, and then, you know, not just eat and then go into silence as such.
Do some fasting.